SaGa Scarlet with ambitions to and commentaries.
Oh.
Also.
Oh shoot, we're live. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought they were gonna like check our audio levels first. Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to the finale of really lots of lore 4. Yep, as Kashiwame just said, my name is Arian. I'm going to be providing commentary for her run of Taria's scenario. Probably the longest and most difficult of the 4 playable scenarios in this game. And she just a few months ago for really Longathon 6, she actually ran all scenarios, and we're very glad to have her back. So yeah, I think we're just about ready to get started here. So Kashiwame, hajimemashou. Whenever you are ready.
Thanks. It's after 3 counts. Push to new game.
Yep, that's right.
And story for.
Oh, you know, I just realized. Oh yeah, I just realized. I actually don't have a stream. I actually don't have a stream feed like we had last time.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of confused why we're starting up.
Okay.
Have we actually begun yet?
It's still from now starts after 3 counts. 3, 2, 1, start.
Set up here.
How about timer?
Yeah, I don't think we're actually quite ready here.
I think the starting time. Okay.
Let's see. Where do I?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm still setting up. Okay.
カーンだ。よろしく頼む。
Okay, there we go. All right, sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. All right. All right, so where are we? Looks like. Okay, so got a little bit of catching up to do here. So yeah, so this is Scarlet Grace Ambitions. Features 4 different protagonists, each with their own scenario, and the one Kashiwame will be playing today is Taria. the game opens up with kind of a little personality quiz. You might have seen that with the comment. You basically answer questions, and it will assign you one of the 4 protagonists based on your choices. And because Kashiwame knows exactly what she's doing, she knows exactly how to answer, so she gets Taria every time. And yeah, her story opens up with her. She's just a humble potter. We saw her in her little cabin pulling out her latest creation, but lately her work has been, she hasn't been very satisfied with her work, so she steps outside to get some fresh air, and she happens to come across this big bird of fire that we just defeated in combat, and she feels like there's more to this thing than meets the eye, so she decides to go check it out. Only problem is it's kind of dangerous, so she goes to the nearby town. She meets up with this man here named Khan. He's a pretty busy guy. He works 2 jobs. Right now he's working as a mercenary, leads his own little company, and he and Taria decide to team up to go check out the Phoenix because he wants to snag one of its feathers and sell it and make bank. But Taria informs him that he lacks the spiritual attunement needed to handle the feather. But luckily, Taria is capable of doing just that. So they team up, and as we just saw, we approached and it attacked, and it didn't really put up that much of a fight. Taria surmises that this is actually the legendary Phoenix, and it was actually at the end of its life cycle. And whenever it died, it left behind a feather, and it started glowing. When you use the feather, you get like a little vision of the flight path that the Phoenix took. And so now they're kind of chasing the direction that the Phoenix came from, thinking that they might be able to find the egg that it lays whenever it's at the end of its life cycle. And so that's kind of the long short of where we're at right now. 1 second. Just kind of getting caught up on some messages here. Okay. So, yep, so currently our travels have taken us to this place called the Mare Ilfi, and as you can tell, it's covered in lots of water, very strong naval presence. Most people get around by boat. Fun fact, Taria does not like boats, and so she has to spend a lot of mental effort whenever she's traversing through this region. And so they're trying to follow south, as we just saw when Kashi entered the region. The Phoenix came from the south, but to get there we need a boat. And no one's willing to sail us down there because one of the lighthouses is out. And so we teamed up with a fellow named Lewis Darling, who is one of the lighthouse keepers here. And he told us that he would be willing to give us a boat if we help him out with a little favor here. So we are going around trying to get some coal to fix one of the lighthouses, and then we'll be free to kind of do as we please after that. So that is where we are on the story. But yeah, how about we take a little bit of time to kind of explain just what all's going on here. We've seen her get into a few battles, but don't really know how any of it works. So as you can tell, this game is a turn-based RPG. The world is divided into a bunch of different regions, and each region has a bunch of different locations that you can interact with. Some are towns, some will trigger some cutscenes or events, and then others will put you into battles. And so you lead a team of 5 characters against an enemy party of up to 5 enemies, and you take turns issuing commands to your party. At the bottom, you see the timeline that characters will act in for the upcoming turn, and you issue commands to them before each turn. Each command takes up BP, which is represented by the little star gauge. Typically, the stronger the move, the more BP is required, and that BP is shared throughout your entire party. So you could have everyone do a bunch of weak attacks, or you could have someone like, say, Khan here doing an attack that costs 5 BP, which is Spiral Charge. Get used to seeing this. We're going to be seeing it a lot. And, yeah, so... And what you can see here is whenever you have allies that are surrounding an enemy on the timeline and you defeat that enemy, you'll see like your allies kind of sandwich together, and that'll create what's called a united attack, where everyone that joins together performs an attack that does some extra damage to a random enemy, and it will also reduce their BP costs for the next turn, so they're very desirable to get. Unfortunately, enemies can also do that too, so you have to be very mindful whenever like both you or the enemy gets taken out, to make sure the enemy doesn't receive one as well. So for this run, we're going to be seeing a lot of most of these characters we see in the party here. An is kind of one of the 3 main pillars of this run. He's a very solid physical attacker. Starts with proficiency with the spear, and like I said, he also starts with Spiral Charge. If I can get my words out properly. And yeah, that's going to be we're going to be using spear damage for a lot of our heavy lifting for later in the game, and there's a reason for that later, which I will bring up when we get to it. And some of the other characters we see here are Compass and Queen. Those two are going to be we're going to be seeing. They're going to be getting a fair bit of use as we go, and then we're also going to be getting a bunch of other characters later on that will join our party. Like most SaGa games, this game has a pretty large cast of characters that you can recruit into your party, but you can only have 5 out at a time. And so, yeah, we end up with quite the large retinue, quite the large motley crew of characters by the end of the run here. Let's see. So some other things to mention. So the commands that each character can take in battle are determined by the weapon that they are currently wielding, and each weapon has kind of like their own designated role in combat. Like compared to other SaGa games, like weapons have very like specific roles in combat. Like we see Khan with the spear. That it's a fairly versatile weapon. It also has the ability to block or cover for allies to prevent them from taking damage. It also has the ability, like more so than any other weapon, to reposition the character on the timeline. It's really good for setting up night attacks. And then we have, say, the longsword from Compass, which is also a pretty versatile weapon. In fact, I think it's probably the most versatile of the physical weapons. And then we have Queen with the bow, which is good for obviously damage, but it's also good for status ailments. We won't see too much of that though throughout this run. And Queen's also going to be a very she's typically going to be going pretty fast as well, because we're going to want her to be able to quell certain conditionals later on, so we want her as fast as possible. And what quelling refers to is actually I might save that for later once we encounter conditionals. But yeah, so kind of like a little catching up with the story here. We've picked up all the coal that we need to fix the lighthouse, and the Phoenix had actually alighted on this lighthouse, and for some reason fiends were attracted in its wake, and so we need to clear the lighthouse of these fiends, and then we can get to fixing it. Let me take a quick drink of water here. I feel like I'm talking a mile a minute. Alright, but yeah, and let's see. Just gonna catch up on everything here. Oh yeah, and so some other mechanics to talk about are so you see after battle, characters will be strengthened, or the way characters get stronger is after battle. Occasionally their max HP will increase and their skill levels with certain weapons will increase. And as those skill levels increase, their damage will also increase as well. And also, what we just saw there was the kind of a signature mechanic of the SaGa series, which is called sparking. And that's basically how you learn new moves. So basically, the idea is while you're in the middle of combat, a character will be inspired of sorts to use a new move on the spot, and after they do that, they will be able to use it for the remainder of the game. And they can even use it for the rest of the battle, too. And so, yeah, we use this to learn some new moves, and something that she's also working on here is she gave one character an axe, and she is trying to learn a particular move with that called Maim. Because she wants to learn a move from that, which is called Dimensional Break, and that is we're going to be seeing that used in some of the more difficult fights later on. So she's trying to set up some party members to have that available when the time is right. All right, so this battle is one of the harder ones early on. We see that the big red demon there called an Ifrit. If anyone's played a Minstrel Song, you might actually recognize that model. There's actually quite a few assets that'll look familiar. If you've ever played, if you're familiar at all with Minstrel Song. And so, yeah, what we just saw there with Queen, the one that's using the bow, she took a shot at that little armored knight who had like a bunch of question marks underneath its little portrait there. That indicates it was doing a conditional, and conditionals are basically commands that will happen in response to something. They can be either counterattacks, interrupts, or blocking. And I think that knight was doing a block. But, okay, so right there we just saw vertical smash. We don't want to see that. We're instead wanting to see the maim. There's a 50-50 chance she'll get vertical smash or maim. And if she gets the vertical smash, that's going to set her back quite a bit. Because you can't spark Dimensional Break from vertical smash, only from maim. And whenever you learn a new move, something happened. The instant death that inflicts multiple LP worth of damage. Yes, that's very unfortunate to see. So throughout the run, you may have noticed that whenever some of Kashi's characters go down in combat, they have a that depletes as well. That is a character's life points, or LP. And whenever characters have different amounts of LP, and whenever a character runs out of LP, they have to be taken out of combat to basically rest and recover. And some SaGa games, if a character runs out of LP, they are outright dead and just removed from your party, but luckily you don't have to worry about that in this game. But she does need to manage everyone's LP as we go, because if they run low, it might throw her off if she has to take them out of combat. And here we finally fixed the lighthouse, and Grateful for our assistance. Lewis decides to tag along as well, and as you can see, now we have a boat. We can freely traverse the region. And before we move to the next region, though, we have a couple errands we want to run here. Because if we use we got 3 different types of coal: spiritual, celestial, and infernal. And if we use those coals at certain locations on the field map, it's going to let us pick up some nice items for our troubles. So that's what she's currently working on right now. Yeah, I realized my explanation of conditionals got cut a little bit short there because of that unfortunate soul harvest that hit Queen. So from what I saw, I know Compass is a little low on LP right now, and I think Queen is a little bit too. And it would be... What we'd like to do is be able to... Yeah, Queen's at 2 LP. It would be nice to put them in reserve so that they can heal up a little bit, but right now we don't have anyone to really substitute out for them. But luckily that's going to change before too long. Yeah, we're going to be getting plenty of other characters later on that can kind of fill in for them as we go. And I guess some of the main reasons why we're using the characters we're using, I talked about Khan, who's just overall a very solid character, and we get him early so we can start building him up right away. Taria has one of the better starting party members. I talked about Queen and Compass a fair bit. The reason why those two are so nice is because they have unique roles, and roles are kind of like titles that offer some nice passive benefits. And every character has a unique role assigned to them right off the bat, and you can acquire more roles by learning new moves and ranking them up. But Compass and Queen both come with a very large damage boost to slashing and piercing damage, respectively. Compass has the slashing and Queen has the piercing. And their base stats are also fairly decent as well for starting party members. So, like, yeah, Taria definitely has a lot going for her in that regard. Funny enough, though, even though Taria is the main character, he's actually not going to see too much use later in the run. We're actually going to kind of sideline her towards the end of the first chapter here in our pursuit of the Phoenix. Like, most of the other categories in this game actually utilize magic to some degree, but interestingly enough, despite Taria being the most suited for magic among the protagonists, her category actually uses magic the least. And that's mostly a result of just the difficulty of her run. Like, she has 2 of the hardest fights, like, out of every single character's scenario toward the very end of her run. And we basically just need very different preparations for those battles, and unfortunately magic just won't be able to cut it. But for now she still serves some nice purpose. And then since she didn't get the name on, I think his name is House, the guy that sparked Vertical Smash earlier, she's trying to get it on Lewis now, who we subbed in and gave the axe to. And he should be sparking something one way or another very soon here. So we will see what happens. She's going to need she's going to need a minimum of 3 dimensional breaks to have at the ready over the course of the run. And again, 2 of them are going to be for the final boss sequence. Once we get to that, but that's not for a good while. We've still got a few hours of run to worry about first before we get there. Oh, there's the main. Excellent. Yes, that's the move we want to see, and then we're also going to have him use it just a little bit to kind of build up his history and just get him ready for that dimensional break when we need it. Yeah, Lewis is a very nice character. He always comes in clutch when it matters most.
少しずつ思い出す感じね。
And so, this little menu here that you just saw was that is how mages actually improve and learn. They learn new spells by absorbing flux after battle. There are 5 different elements in this game: fire, metal, wood, earth, and water. If those sound familiar, they follow the, I believe it's the Wu Jing elemental theory. And basically each spell belongs to one of the 4 elements, and each element has 4 different levels of spells. And whenever you absorb flux, you absorb a particular element and absorb it into a spell, and it will potentially rank up as it absorbs more flux, and sometimes you'll learn new spells off of that. But again, it's not super important because, like I said earlier, we're not going to see a whole lot of magic past this first chapter. And so right there, Kashi took the fruit of her labors. We lit up the lighthouses, and we visited the Shrine of Daimazu, who is a heavily worshipped deity in that region, one of the 12 Celestials, which are basically the gods of this game. And I believe it's a she. She basically rewards you for your efforts and gives some nice items. A particular note is the Twister Longsword, which will be a nice weapon upgrade for Compass. And what? Let me look at my notes. What else? What other items does she give? I think. Oh jeez, yeah, that was nasty. So, yeah, she's just going to reload off of that, especially because Queen is pretty low on LP. So, kind of a nice thing about this game, you can save anywhere, and so it adds a pretty nice element of safety before you go into a pretty difficult battle. These battles are actually kind of tough. Oh, right there we actually saw a venison. And let's see. Yes, I just caught up on chat. Yes, kashiwame is Japanese. This game was released outside of Japan though, and I know it's in English and it may have some other languages that it was localized in as well. Sorry, I totally forgot to mention that. That was in my intro, but we kind of had to skip over some of that while we're trying to work everything out here. But that's okay. Yes, this game actually also has a pretty nice English dub too. Like the game's voice acting is actually a lot more impressive than it needs to be. Oh, we don't want to see that. Ooh, no. Lewis jumped the gun a bit there. So I think are we gonna reload that? We'll see what she wants to do. Yeah. So we kind of caught a little sneak peek of a little fact we're going to be using later. where I mentioned how we're trying to spark Dimensional Break, and that was it. The reason why is, as you saw, it literally instantly killed all the enemies that were standing there. But the idea behind that is whenever you spark a new move for the first time, if it has some kind of rider effect, like a status ailment, that has like a small chance of being inflicted, for that one time only when you spark it, the success rate becomes guaranteed. And so, because Dimensional Break inflicts instant death on all, or normally has like a 15% chance of inflicting instant death on all enemies, but when you spark it, it will instantly kill them all. So that was what just happened there, and what she wants to do is she wants to save that for the really problematic battles that'll be coming up later, and use that to kind of give her an edge when she needs it most. But this is a battle that we don't need it in, even though it is presenting a little bit of difficulty. This is just kind of a little side battle that you can do, and the reason she's doing this is there's a really nice bow that she can get off of this, and she's going to give that to Queen. That's going to set her up nicely for the rest of the game. But first we kind of have to get there. As you can see, these enemies have some pretty nasty attacks. Luckily, after a little bit of effort, we were able to come out clean from it. So if I recall, I believe we have to do 2 battles here, and the second one is the one that should give us the Mortis. Either that, or it's only a chance of dropping. I'm not 100% on the details, because I must confess I don't run this game at the moment. In fact, I don't think we have any SaGa runners that are currently running this game, which is it's a bit unfortunate, but there aren't too many active SaGa runners to begin with. I do run other games in the series, though. One of these days I'm going to get to Scarlet Grace, but I ended up getting a little sidetracked by Min SaGa. But we're not here to talk about me. But yeah, the game is pretty dope. Let's see. I believe we got the Mortis bow, and we also recruited an optional character there named Chi-Chi. And with that, we're going to head back to the mainland and continue our search for the Phoenix. Or excuse me, first we're going to take a little side battle here. So yeah, you might have noticed that both Queen and Compass are very low on LP right now, so she's trying to sub them out a little bit, so whenever characters are in reserve, their LP will restore 1 point for every 2 battles. So that's kind of what she's going for here, and all the while, throughout the run, she's going to be doing quite a few battles because this game uses a battle rank system, much like other games in the SaGa series, where basically enemies will kind of scale in power according to the player's relative strength. And this is done so that it kind of ensures that the game remains challenging at all points of the game. And it does a pretty good job of that for the most part. Like, very rarely do you ever get to just kind of like mindlessly do battles, just hold A to win, just completely brain dead. Like, you don't really get to do that a whole lot. Like, battles are very engaging, very mentally stimulating. And that's because of the battle rank system. And how that works is whenever you do a battle, you gain a certain number of points based off the difficulty of the battle. And once you accumulate 100 points, your rank will go up. And the enemies will gain more HP and do more damage as your rank increases. But as your rank increases, it also increases sort of the soft ceiling for your max HP and your weapon and magic skill levels. So like, yeah, everything is very nicely designed so that so that things remain challenging at all times. But a bit of an unfortunate thing when speedrunning this game, though, is when we get to the final boss actually has a minimum battle rank of 20 or 21, I forget. Which means if your battle rank is lower than that, it doesn't matter, the enemy will still be scaled up to as if they were like battle rank 20. So if you come in at battle rank 15, you're going to be rather underpowered for that battle, and things will be quite difficult. It's kind of the designer's way of discouraging people from just blitzing through the game, but let's be real, that's never stopped the speedrunner, right? We've got some tricks up our sleeve. And speaking of, we just picked up Chiago, who I mentioned there were kind of 3 pillars of this run, and Chiago is the second one of them. Chiago is a spear user, much like Khan, except Khan's a bit more bulky and a bit just more well-rounded, whereas Chiago is very much a glass cannon. The reason for this is because of his unique role, which is going to lower his max health, but give him a massive damage bonus. I think like 30 or 40%. It's pretty big. And then also just his base stats are make him a bit squishy too. Like his endurance is rather low, and endurance sort of determines like the soft ceiling for your max HP growth. And oh yeah, so we just stepped foot into the southeast boundary, which is obviously the southeasternmost part of the world, and this is actually where we're going to find where the Phoenix laid its egg. And along the way, whenever you enter a new region, you'll see the little Phoenix feather glow. That means you can use it from the party menu you'll basically get like a little vision of the flight path that the Phoenix took. But because Kashi knows what she's doing, she knows exactly where the egg is going to be. So we just kind of beeline for this region at our earliest convenience. But we need to do a couple battles here, though, I don't think it's this battle, but I think it's the battle after. We need to try and pick up what's called a venison. I'll kind of explain those once we get to it. And so yeah, right away you can see Chiago already doing a ton of damage, just right out of the gate. And like Khan, he also starts with a nice move called Aim, which the main spear users, him and Khan, they're going to be using both Aim and Spiral Charge for their primary damage dealing. And we're mostly we're going to be relying a lot on those two, but we'll be subbing in some other characters along the way. But yeah, they will be doing the bulk of the heavy lifting. Okay, yeah, so this is the battle where we're going to try and get Kata's Comfort, which is a venison. So there are 12 different... Yeah, so I mentioned there are like 12 gods in this game called Celestials, and each one has like a little blessing that they can give. And here we just see Kata's Comfort, which will heal everybody. Venisons have a chance of activating in battle when certain conditions are met. And Kata's Comfort will provide a bunch of healing to your party. And it typically... Ooh, what's happening? I see. Yeah, so quick knock is something that we want to see on Queen for later. It's a nice bow tech that causes the character to basically always go first in battle. but it doesn't look like she got that, unfortunately. And so that's basically going to delay her a bit. Until she can get it later. But yeah, I guess back to Benison's. So yeah, whenever you get a Benison, it gets attached to your formation, and Kashi has 3 different formations that she wants to assign Kata's Comfort to. And basically that's going to be our source of healing. You might have noticed we haven't really been healing our allies too much. We've kind of just been letting them, you know, eat dirt whenever they get low. And this game doesn't really have like healing items that you can issue in combat. It does. You can heal with magic, but we don't really have access to any potent healing options in that manner. So we rely entirely on Benisons for healing. And so Kata's Comfort is most likely to activate after the entire party takes damage, but it's only a chance to activate, so it's not guaranteed, unfortunately. So we may have to do a couple more battles until we get it. But again, that's okay, because over the course of the run we have to do a lot of extra battles to get everyone to where they need to be. And the reason why this battle is nice... Okay, there's the Quick Knife. That's good. But, yeah, we have to do a lot of extra battles, again, because of the added difficulty of Taria's final boss sequence. Like, more than any of the other 4 characters, like, she needs that extra bit of strength. And yeah, the reason why this battle is good for trying to get the Benison is because, for one, it's a pretty easy battle. We just have like these 2 little spirit masks, and they do a bunch of AoE attacks. There we go. There's our second. There's our second Benison. So now we just need it on 1 more formation, and then we should be set. We should be set with Kata's Comfort for the rest of the run. But yeah, basically these masks do a bunch of AoE attacks, and it's a very low risk fight, so it's an ideal spot for trying to get the Benison. And also, you can only spark 1 Benison in any given battle. Basically, every battle is kind of scripted and has an attached Benison assigned to it, and this one just so happens to have Kata's Comfort to it. Like, if we were to go to another battle node, odds are very high we wouldn't be able to get it there. Instead, a different Benison would be assigned to that particular instance. So yeah, these are all fixed, no matter what. So yeah, that was the... we were just in the free-for-all formation, which I believe that one's going to be used at the end of the Phoenix chapter. Okay, so yeah, here we are. We finally spotted where the Phoenix laid its egg and where it began its journey here. And we see that it left an egg on the other side of the water there, but unfortunately we don't have a boat. We couldn't take the one we had earlier because we're on a different area of the world, so now we got to get a second boat. And we're trying to find someone that's willing to take us there, and luckily we run into this lady here who, despite appearances, is actually a pirate, and she's going to join our party, and we're going to try and sail through, but after we do a little loop-de-loop here through the maelstrom, we are not gonna go through, despite all of our best efforts. Yeah, the reason nobody wanted to give us a boat is because no one's crazy enough to try and sail through. And so now we got to figure out a way to get through the maelstrom. And Taria believes that by following where the phoenix, or by following the phoenix, or continuing to follow the phoenix's trail, we might find another clue. So again, if you use the feather here, it will point you to, it's going to eventually point you to this place called Azwakan, which is the area we're about to enter here. And this is a pretty important place in this game. It's regarded as the center of the world. It was home of an empire in ages past that served the 12 Celestials. And it's a bit of a holy ground. And the Phoenix made its way here, and we have to do this very, very difficult fight here. I'm honestly very, very worried about how she's going to pull this one off. Because this fight is incredibly difficult early on. And just with everyone in the shape that they're in, like I don't know if she's going to be able to pull it off, but we'll see. Oh, too bad. So it turns out you don't actually have to win that battle. It's you can choose to win it if you want, but oh, I believe this is Ido.
Ido, not Ido.
Oh, not Ido. Yeah. So yeah, we basically did that battle to hit a story trigger, and we're basically going to warp. Oh yeah, Khan makes a great face here too.
Not Ido. It's
Yeah. Yeah, she's referring to a kind of a little Japanese play on words, which basically refers to traveling. There's, for one reason or another, there's this little well you can travel through in this region, and it takes you to like completely other part of the world. It's very silly, but it gets the job done. Yeah, that's kind of what we were joking about there. But yeah. So yeah, we talked to those guys, and it was mostly just to hit a story trigger, and we're just going to keep following the trail of the Phoenix. And in this region, I believe the Phoenix alights here at the Great Arch, and it's basically going to tell us to head to one of the nearby regions, and it leaves behind a little relic that will let us pass through the Maelstrom. But yeah, and we noticed like wherever the Phoenix shows up, it likes to leave these little balls of fire here. Those are kind of like just spiritual, spiritual masses of fire energy that just leaves in its trail. All right, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, so she did that to do a little event here. She's going to recruit a character named Marion, and completing this event's also going to give her some resources in the form of crystals. And crystals are used for upgrading equipment at the blacksmith, which we're going to kind of get our first dose of. I think on our return trip back to the southeast boundary. And before that, though, she took a quick little detour to pluck some wild strawberries to restore some LP. It's actually a very convenient spot, like both for speedruns and casually. There's a spot where you'll see like little three strawberry plants growing out, but one of them is facing, or excuse me, two of them are facing different directions than the other. Those are actually mandragoras, and if you interact with those, they'll actually drain 1 LP from your active party. But if you select the one that's facing a different direction, it will heal 1 LP for your entire party. So she made a quick little detour to just kind of heal up her party, and just get them back into fighting form. But yeah, she's going to finish up this event, recruit Marion, Ooh, rapid volley.
あら、感謝いたしますわ。
Yeah, that's kind of the nice thing about sparking. Like, it always feels good whenever you pick up a new move like that. All right, so that was Marion. She was kidnapped by this guy trying to lure us out here.
ひざまずきなさい。
But we're going to beat some sense into him and teach him the error of his lady kidnapping ways.
まずいぜ。これはまずい。こんなはずじゃ。俺に任せろ。
Also, whenever Compass just slashed that guy, you might have seen like a little red box under it. That basically indicated a critical hit. And each type of enemy of this game has a different weakness, and humans are weak to slashing damage. And obviously, longswords do slashing damage. So this is kind of a nice fight for Compass to fight at the same pace as Khan and Chiago. Even though she doesn't have quite as much investment into her at this point. And we also brought in Kumi as another potential dimensional break spark to kind of get her set up for later. But yeah, luckily we have a lot of battles to try and pick up the maim and get the dimensional break. We have a lot of battles to try and get that, but we only have so many characters. And once we spark it on them, we kind of have to bench them for, like, if we don't get the main, we have to bench them and just sub in the next character because it just takes too long to be able to spark a new move for them. All right, so this is where the Phoenix kind of made its destination before turning back around and heading to the region that Taria started in. We stopped by one of those shrines who basically told us that the Phoenix alighted there and it wants an offering. They want us to bring an offering to Tejadura, who I believe the shrine was built to. Oh, there's Spiral Charge for Chiago. Yeah, we just saw him basically take out an entire enemy by himself with the back-to-back aim into Spiral Charge. Oh yeah, and the moves that a character can spark are determined by not only the weapon that they're equipped with, but also each spear comes with different types, like standard, thrusting, special, etc. And each subtype of weapon has different skill tree or different spark trees on them. And so yeah, the one that Chiago has currently equipped will let him pick up Spiral Charge, in addition to some others. I believe like Reaper is another one we'll see, Sweep is another one, Split Cranium, etc. But we're not too worried about those. And just... And also, she's been changing formation, or formation's also something that this game has to offer, and different formations offer different benefits to your party. And right now she has the Momentum formation, which kind of one of the reasons we like to put our eggs into the Khan and Chiago baskets is because this formation, if either of the two front characters get a kill, it will increase your current BP by 2. And so basically we're going to have Khan and Chiago get all the kills and generate a lot more BP over the course of the battle. So you can see we have a total of 9 BP to work with right now. It's a very powerful formation. The drawback to it though is you don't your BP doesn't increase in between turns, so you're very dependent on getting those kills to keep yourself going. And much like the player, the enemy parties also have their own BP counts, and they also increase over time. Also, I don't think I mentioned during each round of combat when you're issuing commands, you can see what each enemy, what command each enemy is preparing, and you can kind of plan your actions around that. All right, and so with that battle, we saw that the Phoenix left behind a little relic for us, and we're going to take it back to the Maelstrom. And we believe that this will give us passage. And on the way here, she also visited a town and did what's called a dispatch mission. And those are just kind of nice little passive ways to strengthen characters and get some additional resources. So yeah, right now, she just called back Chi-Chi, who she sent on the dispatch mission, and she got some nice crafting resources out of that. And she's going to be using that a lot throughout the run too, to just accumulate as many resources as we can, because we need a lot for blacksmithing to upgrade our equipment. And I believe we have the first kind of big blacksmithing segment coming up here. So I'll kind of let Kashi concentrate here, because she's got a lot of mental bookkeeping to do for this part. Also, yeah, I guess you could look at it as the Phoenix leaving some nasty surprises in its wake. I guess that is one way you could phrase it. Okay. So, yep, she was just upgrading some equipment, kind of kitting her party out, because that particular blacksmith is one we're going to be visiting later, and it's especially nice because every blacksmith has different specialties, and if you craft to one of the blacksmith's specialties, it will consume less resources. And it basically gives you a 20% discount for the associated element of the blacksmith. And if you keep using the same blacksmith, you'll get an even further discount. So you're heavily incentivized to use the same blacksmith over and over. And we're going to come back to that blacksmith later in the run to make continued use of the discount. And just like that, we're through the Maelstrom. I believe there's a Final Fantasy XIV joke in there somewhere, but it eludes me. All right, so yeah, we have our boat. We can now finally pay a visit to that Phoenix egg. An wants to haul it back and make a quick buck off of it, and Taria is like she honestly, she's been very curious as to where this whole journey has led her. Earlier, we also saw a little discussion between Taria and this old woman known as the Arc Witch, and we learned there that Taria was actually, before she became a potter, she was actually in line to become the next Arc Witch, which is like a pretty strong position of power. She had underwent some very intense, like, spiritual and magical training in her younger years, but she suddenly decided she didn't want to do that anymore, and she basically abandoned her duties. And that was kind of her old teacher kind of chastising her for her actions after coming across her after so long. And for that reason, there's a lot more to Taria that kind of meets the eye. She's a bit more attuned to, like, spirits and stuff than most people are. And so she kind of feels like that's why her pottery hasn't been turning out that well. She kind of feels like it's the universe telling her that, you know, hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing this right now. Maybe I have another calling that I need to be answering. So that's kind of why she's embarking on this this little journey here. She feels like her encounter with the Phoenix was more than just a coincidence and wants to see it through to the end. Yep, and once again we're just picking up some more Kata's Comfort on as many formations as we will need for later on, because this is just such a good spot, and we will not be returning to the southeast boundary later on. And also, something else that Kashi wants her characters to do is whenever you use a move multiple times, you will rank it up. And moves can range from rank 0 to rank 3. For every additional rank you increase a move for, it will lower the BP cost by 1. So Spiral Charge has a base BP cost of 5. At rank 1, it'll go down to 4. And it means we'll be able to use it a lot more liberally in later fights. Alright, so yeah, here we are. We finally reached the Phoenix Egg. We see some little monsters surrounding it, so we're going to take care of them first. And then we are going to get to the final battle of Taria's first chapter. And I say first chapter because there's a lot more to this run than just chasing a legendary bird of fire. But we'll get to that later. So yeah, this battle's pretty trivial. And you might be able to catch like small glimpses of the difficulty of the battle. So yeah, this one's marked as a normal difficulty battle, and I believe the next one is a hard. And kind of expanding on the battle difficulty, I mentioned earlier about the rank system, and whenever you accumulate 100 rank points, your battle rank goes up. By default, easy battles, whenever you do the battle for the first time, it gives you 12 rank points. Normal battles give you 15, and then hard or brutal battles give you 18 rank points. And whenever you get 100, your battle rank goes up and it resets back to 0. And I believe Kashi is going to end the game somewhere around like battle rank 15 or 16 in this run, which is the highest out of all the 4 characters speedruns, because again, Taria needs it. She needs as much strength as possible for those late game fights. Yeah, we also got a little glimpse at just how squishy Chiako is too. Also just a testament as to how hard these little skeletons hit. But that's okay, because we still have Calm to save the day. And she also just had Compass try and block for Khan there. And whenever a character blocks, they will basically intercept all damage that character would receive. And it's a great way to mitigate damage, especially when enemies are using AoE attacks, because the characters that's being blocked for will take no damage. So an attack that would hit your whole party, if you issue a block with 2 characters, you can have an attack that would hit your party for full damage. It would only hit 3 characters, and 2 of them would receive less damage than usual. Like, when playing this game casually for the first time, I would cannot overstate just how important blocking is. It's super good at all stages of the game.
私は止められないわよ。
Yeah, just see their like compass almost got one shot by that skeleton's attack, but luckily it doesn't look like it's doing. It looks like it's just going to do gaze on this turn, which inflicts like some kind of disabling status ailment. So she should have this in the bag. Yeah, there's a sleep. Alright, so that's the last of this battle here. So coming up is the final battle of the Phoenix arc in Taria's scenario, and it's a bit of a unique one. The objective of this battle is not to actually defeat the boss, but rather you want to have the enemy perform united attacks, rather than like I said, trying to defeat the Phoenix yourself. Because if you try and attack the Phoenix, it is immune to all damage. And the only way to win the fight is to basically empower it by having it perform united attacks. And so as we're going to see here, once we take out this Ember here, yep, they'll form a 4-person united attack, but instead the Phoenix will absorb the Embers, and it will do a little AoE attack at the very end there. And we have to do that about 4 times to end the fight. And hopefully, before too long, we're gonna get Ada's Comfort to activate to kind of heal some of that damage up. But otherwise, we kind of just throw out as much damage as we can. Yeah, we just kind of do what we can with what we're given and hope it's enough. So this will be Unite attack number 2. Seeing Kata's Comfort here would be really nice right about now. There it is. So yeah, that's going to pretty much top off everybody here. So we're kind of back at square one now. We just need to have the Phoenix perform 2 more Unite attacks, and the fight should end. So, yeah. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage to take out that Ember in one fell swoop. But that's okay. So yeah, this should be the last one we need. Alternatively, yeah, she might end up sacrificing Compass here to have her. If she goes down, then yeah, the enemy would perform the Unite attack, and that would just end the fight there. But that didn't quite happen. Oh, but that works too. What was that? Halting blade? Oh my. Yes. Well, that was a very nice part, because that gave us exactly what we needed to close out the fight there. And so just like that, the Phoenix is reborn. It has absorbed all that fire energy that we helped it build up, and it's going to now fly away in all of its majestic glory. Kind of see the nice little effects here, nice little feathers and everything. And unfortunately for Khan, we did not get to take home the egg. we didn't get to make bank on it after all, but Taria says we should be happy that we got to witness such a remarkable scene. And with that, both of them head home, back to Taria's little workshop here, and she is about to unload her latest creation, and we're going to see how it comes out. And still worked. So she's not too happy about that. She's going to go back out for some fresh air. She meets back up with Khan, and her adventure is going to continue. So in this game, this game has 4 different main characters, and each one of them has kind of like a main quest line. For Taria, it's the Phoenix, and the other 3 have their own unique quest that they are required to do. But for the rest of the game, for Taria, she has to do 2 of the remaining 3 quest lines in order to actually be able to beat the game. So which quest line we take depends on where we go and how we choose to interact with the events that unfold. So for Chapter 2, we're actually going to do the Siegfried event, which is Ballmate's main quest line. But before we do that, though, we have a bit of a detour to make here in Taria's home region of Termina. And yes, thank you very much for the support. So before we head out to the next region, there's like a little bit of a side quest we can do here that's going to give us a very powerful spear. This is one of the reasons why we're relying very heavily on spear users, because this weapon we're going to pick up has a base attack power of like 42, which is like more than twice as much as the other weapons that we have access to at this point. It is very, very good. It's called the Twin Spikes, and we're going to be picking up 2 of those to use throughout the run. We're only going to get 1 for now, but we'll get the other later. And we're going to kind of alternate it between SaGa and Khan. So yeah, it's because we get access to that very powerful weapon that we utilize spears very heavily in this run. And again, we also have the that mortis bow that we got from the Markian area that Queen is currently using. And then Compass has the twister that we got in the... Oh, there's Windmill. Excellent. Everything's coming up roses. So what we just saw there was called a counterattack. It is one of 3 different types of conditionals, and whenever a character is hit with like a melee physical attack and they have a counterattack queued up for that turn, they have a very high chance of blocking the attack, negating its damage, and then responding with a very powerful counterattack. And that's what we just saw was Windmill that SaGa just sparked. The counterplay to that, though, is the counterattacks don't trigger off of AoE attacks that hit your entire party, and they also don't activate on ranged attacks. If they get hit by a ranged attack, then they get what's called quelled. And basically, they will their counterattack will get negated for that turn. So that's a very good strategy you can use for an enemy that has a conditional prep. You hit them with a ranged attack, they'll no longer have their conditional ready, and then you can hit them with impunity for the rest of the round. So yeah, that's one very nice thing about bows. They are like the best weapon for quelling purposes. So, kind of the gist behind the side quest is there's a creature in this cave that wants a jellyfish, And we basically picked up a jellyfish from the water there during those 2 battles, and we're going to come to the cave, and we're going to decline to give it the jellyfish. And that's going to throw us into this battle here, which has a 100% chance of dropping the twin spikes that I had mentioned earlier. And this battle is actually marked as a brutal difficulty battle, but it can be a little iffy. On some of the other character routes, she might actually elect to use a dimensional break here, but because we kind of need those for later, we're just going to try and win this normally. And plus, we also, like, Thiago and Connor are pretty beefy right now, so they are very capable of carrying this fight. Ooh, unfortunate interrupt. So, interrupts are another type of conditional. That's one that we just saw. Interrupts, if you have an interrupt queued up for the round, interrupts are activated, or they're triggered when a corresponding attack type from the enemy is issued for that round. So basically, the way that worked there is the Harpy had an interrupt queued up that interrupts piercing attacks. And since bow attacks are piercing attacks, Queen activated the interrupt and ended up triggering that. I don't believe we make too many uses of interrupts throughout our side of the run, but enemies use it quite a bit, so it's something we have to be mindful of, like, at all times. And Harpies are very annoying because their interrupt activates on piercing damage, and since bow attacks are all piercing, it's kind of difficult to quell that without triggering it. And since we're also reliant on spears, those are also piercing, so we kind of just have to tank it. We can't really work our way around it very well. So yeah, we got the twin spikes there. We're going to run into this lady here named Sasha, who is going to ask for our help, and Kashi did the right thing. She declined and told that woman to go scurry off somewhere, because we do not want to do her quest line. If we had accepted, that would throw us down the Scarlet Shards main quest. And like I said, we want to do Seek Free for our second chapter here. And speaking of Seek Free, there he is. This is a guy we're going to be seeing quite a bit of for the next bit of the run here. He's a bit of a troll, to say the least. Basically, he's going to be going around various regions, and he's basically leaving, like, chaos in his wake. He's basically up to no good, and we don't really know why, but wherever he goes, strange events seem to follow, like he's trying to instigate something. And that particular series of events, like, basically he was trying to trick people into thinking that there were fiends attacking towns, but they're actually spirituals, which don't really mean any harm, and he wanted us to basically kill them. But we kind of saw through his ruse and exposed him for who he was and ended the event nice and quick. And that's kind of what we want. And so now we're in this region here, and things are kind of interesting in this region. We just went to the center and we saw this little gathering of people that they're all surrounding this little prayer tower that's being built. Like, one sudden day, a man named Paul Hagen, who's just a humble churro vendor, received some kind of divine inspiration to try and build a tower to the gods. And that's kind of what he's doing right now. He's trying to rally people to build this alleged stairway to heaven. But it's met with a lot of it's met with a lot of it's met with both a lot of support and a lot of contempt within the region's inhabitants. Some people want to see it built, some people don't. Some people think this guy is like overreaching since he's not affiliated with any of the temples. Like they think he's like trying to usurp their authority or something. But yeah. So for all the Siegfried events, and for most events in this game period, there are multiple ways that each event can pan out depending on the actions that you take. And there's actually a quicker way to do this particular event, but Kashi is actually going to she's actually going to play this out a little bit because there are two really nice characters that we can pick up. One of them is this very imposing man named Stromiknin. He is pillar number 3 in this run. We're gonna fight him here, and after the battle, he is gonna be willing to join us. Like, he's basically a mercenary. He was hired by, I think, some of the supporters of the tower, and we're trying to cross the bridge, but he's not gonna let us. So, we need to show him what's what, and kind of communicate the only way he knows how, which is through brute strength. Also, I should mention that if anyone in the chat has any questions throughout the run, I know I've been talking for a good while, but yeah, if you have any questions, like, please, by all means, feel free to field them, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Because yeah, we're at the finale of really lots of lore 4. This is very exciting. Very glad to be a part of this. Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone's having a good time and is able to follow along with what's going on, because I know it can be a little difficult for people to follow at home an RPG that's not in their native language. Alright, and so yeah, we talked with Stromiknin, we won him over, he's willing to join us now, and so we recruited him. And the other character we're going to get is the lady we just saw there named Colleen. We're going to come back for her at the very end here. But first we need to wrap up the events with the Prayer Tower. And we're actually going to find out that this the churro vendor that we just saw named Paul, he was actually Siegfried in disguise all along. We do our best Scooby-Doo impersonation. You know, he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that Potter and her meddling mercenary. And so yeah, we basically destroy the tower. We expose Siegfried for who he really is, and now we're going to go recruit Colleen here. And then our next destination is Megdase, which is right here. Megdase has a bunch of strange glyphs across the land that I believe they're used to summon. They're used to summon like spirituals and fiends. Oh, look who's here! It's our good pal Siegfried. And yeah, this is probably the shortest Siegfried event in the run. All we have to do is confront him and yeah, just talk to him there. I believe he tries to taunt us into attacking him, and we just have to decline. Like, we just kind of ignore him. We don't give in to the troll bait. And yes, this is Ido. We're gonna take this little well here, and it's going to transport us all the way across the world. Yeah. So basically, Ido is kind of like it basically means well, and because in English, well refers to the device, the construction that holds water. It also refers to something that's good, something that's satisfactory. So that's kind of where that comes from. Well will be well, I believe, is how she says it. Alright, so we're doing just a couple battles here, mostly to cycle through dispatch missions, but also we need to try and get Chiago's windmill counter ranked up a bit. And that is one of the objectives we're trying to do in this battle here. So because counterattacks activate when the character is targeted themselves, if you're trying to rank up counters, it's best to just throw them into a battle by themselves and where they're the only target, and take them out like so. Shikata ga nai.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, it's not the most foolproof battle, but it's kind of one of the best options we have available. Like I said, we kind of have a couple battles to burn through thanks to the dispatch missions. Basically, when you send characters on dispatches, you have to cycle through a number of battles for them to complete. So I believe that's what she's trying to do right now, just trying to finish up her dispatches, but also using this time to make some necessary preparations, because she does need Chiago's windmill at rank 1 for the end. And yeah, this is a pretty low risk battle too. Like usually these enemies like to do single target attacks. Yeah, when they cooperate, it's nice. So, and luckily the nice thing about counters is they don't take too many uses to rank up because of how situational they are. So like, yeah. So like, it shouldn't take too long to get it ranked up. Yeah, so she's going to finish off the windmill rank a bit later, but for now she wanted to just go ahead and send Chiago on a dispatch. That's kind of what she was waiting for, doing those battles, just kind of making the best of the current situation. And so now we're going to head to the northeast boundary for our next Siegfried event. Unfortunately, to get there, we have to cross this bridge that's overrun by bandits. And you can actually choose to fight them or pay their little toll, quote-unquote. But unfortunately, if you pay the toll, it actually takes a current percentage of your crystals, and we don't want that at all, because we need all the crystals we can get for later. That would set us back tremendously, so we have no choice but to fight our way through up to the northeast boundary here. Luckily, they're not too problematic. And coming up in the northeast boundary, we have a fairly lengthy grind segment, actually. I mentioned a lot of times previously that because of the difficulty of Taria's final boss, Kashi's going to be needing to do a lot of preparations. And coming up is probably the best time to do that because, specifically because of the Siegfried event, it's going to allow us to do a lot of. It's going to allow us to maximize our crystal farming potential. So that's why we're going to do it now. Or up ahead, rather. Getting ahead of myself. Oh yeah, we finally see Strumiknen there, but yeah, we're trying to spark something specifically on him. Did not get it there. Yeah, we don't want to see Gravedigger. It's just not what we're looking for. I believe he needs to get Optical Slash, is that right? Because he is, much like Chiago, he's also going to need access to his counterattack at some point so we can rank it up, and that is going to be very useful for late. Okay, there's Flowing Slash. That's good to see. So Optical Slash comes later. Yeah, Flowing Slash is really nice because it will, it lowers enemy attack. Very useful for debuffing some of the more problematic enemies we'll be seeing later. And yeah, unfortunately that Gravedigger spark caused us to have to, it caused us to have to do the first bandit battle over again. So a little bit of a setback, but honestly Kashi's estimate is pretty generous. She actually just did a run a couple days ago and PB'd by like 30 minutes. She got like, I think sub 4 hours. So she should be very well within her her estimate today. It might even be like her run at really Longathon 6 that was, I think, what, 3 hours under estimate? 14 or scheduled for 14 hours but ended in 11. You might think that that might be a little too generous, but it's honestly kind of necessary, again, because Taria's final boss is like 5 battles back to back, and if she gets to the very end and things don't go the way she needs them to, she would have to start all the way from the very beginning. So the odds of encountering that situation is very low, but for marathons, you absolutely have to be, you absolutely have to play it as safe as possible and just account for every possibility. So that's why that is the way it is. All right, and here we are at the northeast boundary. So we're gonna do a little side gig here. We're gonna get into the mining business. We talked to that guy at the outpost who said this area is perfect for mining, and we're gonna take him up on his offer. And you can see there are 5 different locations here. Each one corresponds to a particular element. Like this one is the wood element, or natura, and she's going to set up some mine shafts in different locations. Yeah, this one is water, and yeah, she's going to go around to all 5, set up mines, and normally when you do this you can set up, I think it's either 5 or 10 mines, but because this is the Siegfried event, we can actually set up an additional round and have up to 15 of them, and later on we're going to be able to harvest crystals from them. And so and those mines will replenish after doing a certain number of battles, so we'll use those to amass a huge wealth of crystals that we'll need for blacksmithing and to raise our blacksmith rank so we can make stronger equipment. So yeah, we go back to the central town here. we're gonna stop. We're gonna do a couple miscellaneous things before we get back to it. I believe we're also going to recruit Tissisak here as well. But that comes a bit later. So yeah, right now we're kind of doing the rounds. We're collecting we're collecting crystals. So as you can see, we're collecting about we're collecting 60 total, depending on the location of the mine. And this is, yeah, so like altogether that's going to give us about like 600 for all the 10 mines that we set up. And we're going to get even more later. And it's going to come in very handy. We're going to talk to this old fisherman here. He's going to fish, going to try later down south in the region once we've kind of made our rounds here. Yeah, so here's, yeah, this town is where we're going to get Tissisak. And she is a very kind huntress. She's one of the easiest characters in the game to recruit too. Like, she basically joins you no questions asked, like no special requirements or anything, and she's quite good. But I think in this run we're only going to be using her for sparking not reverse delta. This isn't unlimited SaGa. Dimensional break. Should we have need of an additional one? And so yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Being able to set up an additional set of mines. So we're gonna have up to 15 in operation total. But yeah, and don't worry about the fiends that have been attracted to each location. They're not that important. No big deal. It totally doesn't have anything to do with Siegfried trying to bait us into trying to disrupt the land's ecosystem by taking all of these resources. Absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Alright, so yeah, here is the second segment of blacksmithing. So I'll kind of let Kashi do her thing here, because she has a lot to keep track of in these menus. All right. So after that little blacksmithing segment, the reason she does it now is because we're gearing up for a pretty challenging fight here. We're actually going to fight Siegfried for the first time, and Siegfried is a bit Siegfried has got to be one of the most annoying characters, one of the most annoying enemies to fight in this entire game. And we're probably going to see a good demonstration of why. So, anytime you try and hit Siegfried normally, he has this passive shield that negates incoming attacks like 80 to 90% of the time. He just kind of laughs at you as your attacks do no damage and bounce right off, and it's really annoying. The only way to make him vulnerable is to attack him while he's casting spells. But he doesn't always like to cast spells, so we're kind of at the mercy of waiting for him to cast something before we can actually go all in on him. And in the meantime, he's got these little frogs that he likes to summon. But luckily, this is actually really good. Okay, we're looking at an amazing Siegfried fight because he started casting, I think, Churning Earth or Hypergravity, I forget which. And that's going to lock him into casting a spell for 3 turns. So he is completely vulnerable here. So all we have to do is just let Khan unload all the damage. Like, we're going to get it's not going to target Siegfried, unfortunately, but yeah, all we have to do is just hit Siegfried once and he's done. This fight honestly couldn't have gone better. He was very cooperative today. But yeah, normally he might take some time before he casts a spell. He'll summon more frogs. He can also cast quicker spells like Snowstorm that come out after just 1 turn of casting. And that can be very devastating, but luckily he chose his slowest spell, which almost guarantees a 1 fight. And with that, the Siegfried event is finished in this region. And so we are going to... we're going to do a couple of quick... We're going to do a little bit of tidying up here. And in order to end the chapter, we have to do a total of 5 different Siegfried events in each region, or in each of the regions. And I believe there are 10 total. But once we complete the 5th and last one, he's basically going to tell us to return back to Oswa Khan, saying he'll be waiting for us there, but we have no idea why. But that's not for some time to come, because we have a lot of preparing to do before leaving. Yes. So this is the grind. This is something that like, I believe all the characters have at least a little bit of grinding, but this is far and away the longest one, and it's one of the reasons why Taria's scenario is the longest. So we have a bunch of just a bunch of small, easy battles here with like these little spiritual masks that have been attracted to basically siphoning up all the resources from the land. They're not too happy about that. But once we do these battles, though, it will replenish the crystals that we can harvest from the mines. And so we're basically going to do... she's going to do 2 laps. She's going to do 2 laps around the mines and harvest all the resources. And in between each one, she's going to do a little bit of... she's going to run a few errands in between each lap there. But yeah, so I think each node you have to do 2 battles each. And since she's going to be doing there are 5 nodes in each lap, she's doing 2 laps, so basically 10 times 2, she's going to be doing about 20 battles here total. and all the while she's going to be strengthening all the party members that she's going to be using. Like, yeah, she has probably about 8 different characters now that she's going to be rotating in and out. Any character that's low on LP, they'll get sent to reserve to kind of heal up, and then other characters will be brought in to... She has like a kind of a checklist of characters that need certain techs ranked up. She's having Kumi use MAME to get her ready to spark Dimensional Break when the time is needed. We're going to be sitting on that for a little bit. And yeah. So, I think while this is going on, I'm actually going to step away for just a moment to kind of refill my glass of water. My throat's getting a little dry. I also just stretched my legs, so I will be back in just a moment.
これは獲物ではないな。逃げ道を塞ぐ。これは獲物ではないな。逃げ道を塞ぐ。
もう少しやりたかったな。
仕業ね。と思うな。少しやりたかったな。
Okay, I am back.
悪く思うな。
Sorry about that. So yeah, I guess I could use this time to, I guess, talk a little bit more about the game overall. And so, yeah, this game is from the SaGa series. It is the latest new game in the series. It originally came out in 2016, and just under the name SaGa Scarlet Grace. But it only came out on the PlayStation Vita, and never actually left outside Japan. But a couple years later, they basically released another version called Scarlet Grace Ambitions, which is the one we're playing right now, kind of the definitive way to play the game nowadays. And that did receive a localization into other languages outside Japan. And that version basically added some new content, some new weapons, some new attacks, new spells. I believe it also added some new super bosses as well, as has kind of become the tradition with updated SaGa games. Anyone that might have played SaGa Frontier Remastered or Minstrel Song Remastered should know exactly what I'm referring to there. Maybe one of these days kashiwame will run some Scarlet Fiend categories. That would be a treat. But yeah, so like other games in the series, the game has a lot of emphasis on it has very non-linear pacing. You're given a lot of freedom with how to play the game. Yeah, you have a lot of choices on where you can go at any given time. Yeah, it's kind of evidence, like, after we finish the Phoenix chapter, like, the whole world, you know, and most of the other characters are like that as well. And the game also has it's got some nice lore and world building, despite kind of the lack of narration and stuff that's explained in cutscenes. But first here, I think we finished our first lap. So Kashi is going to she's going to call back all the people she sent on her dispatch missions. They usually take about 7 to 10 battles before they're done. And now we're going to go collect crystals from all the mines real quick. Or excuse me, I jumped ahead of myself. I believe we have like 1 or 2 more battles to do. And then we'll go around collecting the fruits of our labor. But yeah, this game has it's got some pretty nice lore to it. Kind of at the center of the game is the story of the Firebringer and kind of the legends of yore, as it were. Basically, the days of old, the gods in this game, called Celestials, they exiled the Firebringer outside of their realm because they weren't happy with his wicked shenanigans, and so he fell to the world that this game takes place in, and he was rather upset and angry by that. So he decided to wage war on the gods and their followers, and the gods obviously didn't like that. So the gods basically built a holy empire that would do battle against the Firebringer and his infernal allies. And after several battles, the Firebringer was defeated, I believe a total of 7 times over the course of history. each time by the Empire, he was defeated. He would come back a few years later, after generations pass, and would be defeated again. But after the 7th time, his body was actually shattered into a bunch of different pieces, and they actually come to be known as the Scarlet Shards, which we actually saw a character earlier that was looking for Scarlet Shards, who probably knows a little something about all of that. And she's actually looking to destroy the Scarlet Shards because those Scarlet Shards are actually fragments of the Firebringer himself. And if they fall into the wrong hands, the Firebringer could be resurrected. And thus it could basically spark the war. It could basically like start the war all over again, and you know, we all know war is bad. We don't want that. And a little bit later in the run, kind of how this ties into everything. Basically, each of the 4 main quests somehow have the Firebringer involved in them, because right now we're pursuing Siegfried. We're later going to find out that Siegfried is actually the avatar for the resurrected Firebringer, and that's kind of why he is running around doing all sorts of evil deeds, very much like how the Firebringer was acting on the realm of the gods. And so, yeah, Siegfried is Ballmate's main quest line, and Ballmate is an executioner. He is ordered to kill Siegfried for his transgressions. Like, he's actually a governor, or a former governor. But, yeah, he was found guilty of certain nondescript actions, and Ballmate was sentenced to kill him, but he says that he's going to be reborn 7 times. He's going to reincarnate 7 times, and Ballmate kind of dismisses that as hogwash, but as it turns out, he does. And not the kind of person to leave a job unfinished, Ballmate sets out to find Siegfried and kill him all 7 times. And if that number 7 sounds familiar, then congratulations, you were paying attention. Because that is exactly the number of times the Firebringer was defeated and resurrected. So yeah, just further proof that Siegfried is the Firebringer. And yeah, the game has a lot of nice, colorful dialogue as well. Like, obviously, since the game has like 50 something characters that can join your party, like not all of them are going to get a whole lot of time to interact in cutscenes. But a lot of their personalities and stuff shine in like battles and stuff. And like both in Japanese and English, they have some really some very colorful and flavorful dialogue. I mentioned earlier that this game actually has a pretty good English dub too. Like a lot better than you might expect for a game that's fairly under the radar, I would say. Like the SaGa series is very niche as it is. And Scarlet Grace is also one of the kind of lesser known titles in the game. But despite all that, I believe it's Kashi's favorite game, and she loves running it. She's very passionate about the game, and she loves showing off what all it's capable of. It's a nice speedrun game. Has a lot to offer there, and it's also just a really fun game casually too. Like there's so much to do, as is the case with any game in the series. And this game is actually also just a lot more approachable than other games do, because like, this game actually has tutorials, and most of its mechanics are also fairly intuitive. as well. Like, you can pick up on them just by playing. And again, with how the difficulty scales very well to the player's relative strength level, like, very rarely will you ever run into a battle that you just outright cannot win. And even if you can't win, there's also a pretty generous retry feature where you can reattempt any battle. However, any character that's still alive in your party loses 1 LP. But at the same time, you also receive a kind of like a pity bonus, if you will, to your united attack damage. It will multiply your united attack damage, and the bonus stacks. So it's actually a very reasonable strategy to intentionally lose an engagement a couple of times, reattempt them to stack that bonus, and deal with some of the more problematic fights. And in fact, that's actually something we'll be doing later in the run. Alright, so we're not fully done with the grind just yet. We're going to take a quick detour. We're going to dispatch some more characters. This particular one here we're sending out Chiago for will actually raise his spear skill level. Certain dispatch missions will raise like certain weapon or magic skills depending on the mission itself, and that one in particular raises spear skill, which obviously, since Chiago's like our chief spear user, that's very good for him. Alright, and here, kind of earlier how we were doing it with Chiago, trying to rank up his windmill, or at least work toward that, we're trying to get a counterattack on Stromicnan now. We took everyone out in the party, so he's the only target, and we're trying to have him learn Optical Slash, because he will be needing that later. And this is just kind of the time to do it. But unfortunately, I think Stromicnan needs to use a few more moves to kind of build up his history before he can spark something. So yeah, luckily he has the LP to tank the losses. Like, he has, I believe, the highest base LP in the game at 12. So he can afford to go down a lot. Like, he's honestly one of the most min-maxed characters in the game. Like, he has incredibly high LP, strength, and endurance, but kind of terrible everything else. But that's honestly all we need. Oh, I guess I haven't touched on like base stats yet either. Like, so yeah, characters get stronger by raising their like skill levels and their max HP and such, but as far as core stats go, those don't increase throughout the game. Those are actually fixed, and those generally determine what a character is good at in combat. They can be modified by equipment though. And speaking of equipment, you have a weapon, you have a chest piece, you have like an auxiliary piece of armor, and you have an accessory. Just to kind of elaborate a little bit on that. But yeah, the core stats in this game, you have strength, which pretty obvious what that does, just increases like your physical damage with most, like with strength-based weapons. Then dexterity is accuracy and also determines your damage with like the more dexterous weapons like bows and short swords or rapiers. You have endurance, which the main thing endurance does is it determines the rate at which it basically determines like the soft ceiling for your max HP. So a character with more endurance will get more max HP, and there we saw the Optical Slash, which is just what we're looking for. So yep, we see, yeah, try and attack him, he just shrugs it off and hits him really hard in turn. And the Greatsword is particularly nice because it can inflict a status ailment called Frenzy, which causes an enemy to always attack the person that inflicted the frenzy in the first place. So basically, you have an enemy, you frenzy an enemy so that they always attack you, and then you can go into optimal slash to guarantee the counter, like every time. And that's kind of the idea of what we'll be doing a little bit later in one or two of the more problematic fights. Alright, so we're about to start round number 2 of the grind. How are we on time, by the way? Right around 2 hours. I think that's actually pretty good. So I gotta ask, do we have any SaGa fans in the chat room today? Let your voices be heard. And if so, tell me what your favorite SaGa game is. And bonus points if anyone says The Last Remnant. Because in some people's books, that is a SaGa game. I mean, it was made by I believe produced or directed by the SaGa series creator Akitoshi Kawazu. So it counts. Legends 3 or Romance, very good choices. And yes, for anyone unaware, if you're familiar at all with the Final Fantasy Legends 1, 2, and 3 games, those were actually SaGa games. SaGa 1, 2, and 3. But for some reason, like early day Square, whenever they were localizing games, they made some very interesting decisions with how to market them. So they decided to just market them as Final Fantasy, and people wouldn't know the difference. But joke's on them, because many years later, it's a secret to everybody. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Minstrel Song myself. Like the remaster that just came out is very good. I'm actually thinking about I'm hoping maybe for a really long-a-thon 7 I might see about trying to route an all quests run of that game. Yeah. Because like with the vandalize. Let's go.
That's not good. I want deflect.
Right. Like vandalize is a good game, is a good move, but yeah, we kind of do need the deflect at some point. Because deflect is one of the block techs. There are 4 different weapons in this game that can block. There we go, that's the deflect. Yeah, there are 4 weapons that can block in this game. Longsword, greatsword, club, and spear. And being able to block is very good. Oh, we got Unlimited Saga fans in the chat. Let's go. I actually run that myself. It's such a fun game to run, but it's so stressful at the same time. But yes, I definitely agree. I think Unlimited Saga is like the most. I personally consider it the most complicated RPG ever made, at least for consoles. And that is very true. Saga games are pretty notorious for their high learning curves, but once you're able to get over them, they're some of the most unique and rewarding RPGs on the market. Fortunately, Scarlet Grace is actually, I would say it's definitely one of the more beginner-friendly games in the series. Like, it's much more approachable, I'd say, than, say, Unlimited Saga for sure. Like I said, it's much more intuitive and easier to pick up. And yeah, Unlimited Saga, like, I feel like Unlimited Saga was definitely released at the wrong time. It was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because, like, I think if it were released nowadays, like, especially with the rise in, like, tabletop games that, like, the game is kind of based off of at its core, like, I think it would have fared a little bit better. I still wouldn't have done anything about, like, how the game expects you to know how to play without teaching you how to play, but I don't know, I always thought that added to its charm. Like, just how needlessly complex that game was. And always the soundtrack is a banger. Like in as is par for the series. I haven't talked about it because I actually have my sound muted, but yeah, in my opinion, I like Taria's battle theme the best, and I really like her field map theme too. And luckily, we get to listen to his awesomeness for quite a bit in this run. And yeah, all four main characters have like their own main battle theme and overworld theme, which I think really adds to its uniqueness. And they're all nice to listen to. They all do a very good job of like personifying the protagonist of choice. It also is just kind of a reminder as like why are we in this Arctic region right now? Like what our main objective is in this game. Yeah, our main character is named Taria, who hasn't. Yeah, I guess I forgot to mention she hasn't been. We sidelined her a bit earlier, since she's kind of served her role. We're not really going to be using her too much. Well, actually, we're not using her anymore. Period. And but yeah, she's a humble potter, and lately her work hasn't been quite up to her standard, and she feels like there's a reason for that. She feels like well, before becoming a potter, she was like in line to become the next Arc Witch, so she has a lot of like spiritual attunement from her training, and she feels like her warped pottery is kind of the universe's way of telling her that you have other places to be right now. You should be doing something else besides, arts and crafts. And she teams up with Khan, the mercenary with the heart of gold, and yeah, he was mostly just kind of in it for the money. Like they ended up chasing the Phoenix, and Khan was hoping to make a quick buck, like capturing it or selling off its feathers or its eggs or something. But he's kind of over the course of the game, he kind of comes to just enjoy the thrill of adventure and journeying out with Taria. And so yeah, he's kind of found fulfillment through that instead of just trying to make the bread. But we ended up encountering a very curious fellow named Siegfried, who is kind of going across the land causing a bunch of trouble, and we feel like Taria feels like his actions are kind of related to she feels like those actions are related to her pottery coming out all warped, as she says. And so she's going to try and put a stop to him. And not to mention Siegfried's also just kind of caught Taria's curiosity and wants to see just what his deal is. Because Taria is a naturally, like, pretty inquisitive character. She's also got a bit of a silver tongue as well. Like, she's not afraid, like, more than any other character, she's not afraid to speak her mind, and she can be very blunt, even if it comes off as rude. And yeah, unfortunately we can't really, if you don't understand Japanese and look how fast the dialogue is coming, you can't really keep it up, or, what do we have here? Mizuchi. Or at least that's the English name. Yeah. What? Yeah. What tech does Khan need to learn again? Shelter, gotcha. So yeah, kind of like with Stramiknin earlier, Khan needs to spark his block move, which is called Shelter in this game. Because those characters will need to do some defending later on. So, unfortunately, yeah, because we're so late in the game, we don't really have enough battles where Khan would be able to spark Shelter, and even more, Shelter needs to get ranked up, because it has a base BP cost of 2, and so ranking up will lower the BP cost by 1. We need a 1 BP Shelter. Yeah, we need like a 1 BP Shelter at all costs. And at the same time, like, Kashi is doing a lot of, like, mental bookkeeping with all of her characters. Like, she's carefully monitoring, like, how much usage they've gotten to, better control their sparks and such. Also, keeping track of, like, what moves they've learned, what rank they're at. And yeah, there's a lot of micromanaging to be done, and because of how kind of random things can be in SaGa games, like it's a bit different every time. Like you kind of have to improvise with what you're given. Like you might spark this move early on in this playthrough, but in the next one, you may get it a bit later, and that might delay you a bit. So you kind of have to be aware of that when running. But hopefully Khan gets that Shelter sooner rather than later. And yeah, and over the course of the run we've seen one of the downsides of the axe is it has the lowest accuracy of all weapons in this game. It's very prone to misses. And that's just sadly kind of is just sadly a drawback you kind of have to accept with the weapon, but otherwise it does tremendous damage normally. Even though we don't really see it here because we're relying instead on spears because of those twin spikes. And she could go through these battles a bit faster if she wanted to, but again, she's trying to set up her characters to rank up the moves that they need. Like, yeah, she's, like, say for Lewis right there, trying to carefully use Maim enough so that he has Dimensional Break ready without actually sparking it. And yeah, there's a very deliberate process to that. And Kashi has just run this game, she's run this game so many times that she just almost knows intrinsically, like what character needs what. But yeah, and if anybody has, like, I know I mentioned this before, but in case anyone's like tuned in or just tuned in and may not realize what's going on, if you have any questions you would like to ask, you would like to field, by all means, feel free to ask them. I'd be happy to shed some light on anything that might be causing you to scratch your head. Especially while we kind of have some downtime of sorts. Yeah, luckily once we wrap up with this, it will be pretty quick, pretty smooth sailing. Alright, there's the shelter. That's what we were looking for.
So,
yeah, once we're done with this grind, we only have one more event with Siegfried that we have to do before we can close that out. Actually, I think we might have just finished up. I honestly haven't been keeping count. But yeah, so after we finish up here, we're going to pursue our last event with Siegfried. That's going to make 5, and that will allow us to close out Chapter 2. And fortunately, Taria's the things that Taria has to do for her Chapter 3 are going to be quick and sweet. Probably one of the shortest overall chapters in, like, across all the different speedruns in this game. But it kind of has a bit of a catch to it, because the questline is going to be really short, but it's also going to give her 2 extra battles during the final boss sequence. Normally, the final boss has 3 phases, but we're going to have a total of 5 battles instead. And that is because of the quests that we did and the order in which we did them in. This game's final boss changes based on what actions you take across the story, and really just kind of adds to the replayability that this game has to offer. yeah, we'll kind of touch a bit more on that later on. So here we're talking to this strapping lad here named Griffin, who is going to offer to raise one of our character's skill levels, and just so happens we can increase our spear skill level. So we're going to give that to Chiago, who's been off grinding his skill level on dispatch missions, and we're Kashi's going to do some more forging here. We'll kind of just let her do her thing. Right. So while she was doing that, you may have noticed a little gauge at the top left. That indicates your blacksmith rank. And as you use materials to craft equipment, the rank will increase, and you can every piece of equipment at the blacksmith has a rank associated with it, and you can only create equipment that is of an equal or lower rank to your blacksmith rank. So basically, in order to make stronger gear, we have to get a lot of farm up a lot of materials, and make a bunch of stuff. The reason why we just had that grind segment, we should be at the end of it now. Yeah, I believe we have just a couple more battles to do here. I think it's just to raise our battle rank a little bit before proceeding. Yeah, and with regards to increasing battle rank, whenever you do a battle that you've already done before, like some battles are not. If you do a battle that you've done before, it gives you less rank. Raise your battle rank over and over again. It's in your best interest to look for new encounters. So that's a little bit of what she's doing here. Just visiting a couple of different locations. To help kind of propel that rank up a little bit. I think also just I think we might be having. I think we might be having some technical difficulties.
次の戦いは肉はノルムの誇り
Yeah, we're dripping frames here. Hopefully it resolves. Let's see. I think I'm okay. Let's see. Wait for the stream to catch up. Oh. Yeah, just keep running. We will try and fix this. Oh, never mind. We're back. Very good. Yay. Alright. So, yes, we're fine. Everything is daijoubu. So, yep, yeah, just doing just a few more battles to kind of wrap up our rank here. Haven't really missed too much. I do apologize for the technical difficulties. Two.
How about me?
Yeah, I'm... let me take a quick listen here, see if it's my voice or your voice. Okay, I think... Just let us know if... We should be okay. Yes, thank you very much. Alright. Yeah, so we've returned back to Termina, and we are going to work on getting our second set of twin spikes for our for both of our spear users will have one each. So yeah, we have to do a total of 3 battles, and we can't actually do the third one just yet. We're gonna wait until we finish the chapter, and then we'll be able to do that battle and claim our reward. Because yeah, the idea behind that was I think inside the cave was like a bear or something, or it was like It was like a dead bear, I think, and like it wanted a jellyfish, but since he didn't give it, it like I think it was like I don't know, something was actually, you know what? I'm honestly not too sure off the top of my head. It's one of those weird SaGa side quests. We'll just leave it at that. It was like somehow caught like manipulating some kind of fiend to leave a jellyfish. And yeah, just another day in the SaGa universe. All right.
クイーンの貫禄ね。
So yep, we'll come back later and finish that once we make it into chapter 3. And we're going to be making our way to the Bikanira region, but on the way we're going to do some dispatch missions. And if I remember right here, I believe we are... Kashi is going to work on finishing raising Stramiknin and Chiago's counterattacks to rank 1. Yeah, she's gonna do that here. So yeah, it's a very low-risk battle. Very low-risk battle, and ideally, she's just gonna wait out until she has enough BP to issue counterattacks with both Stramiknin and Chiago here. So yep, here we have the windmill, and again these need to hit rank 1 or later because they're a little costly right now. We want to lower their BP cost for particularly for. Alright, there's the rank up for windmill. Yeah, we need these particularly for arguably the most difficult battle in the run. I think she forgot to take out Chiago since he's no longer needed here now. He has what he needs. Yep, Stramiknin too strong. Yeah, Stramiknin is, I believe he's one of the Normie people in this game. The Normie are a tribe that live far up north where it's really, really cold, and they have, yeah, very, very big and beefy bodies to kind of help deal with that. Yeah, they're a very proud bunch and very focused on like strength and endurance. So yeah, he's a very rough around the edges kind of guy. So ideally, we're gonna have this frog will. Or ideally, the frogs won't cast. They won't cast Poison Mist, so we can goad them into doing the counterattacks. But sometimes it's just not to be. But again, yeah. Luckily, it doesn't take too many uses to build up or to rank up those counters. Actually, excuse me. I think she might. I think she's going to do Optical Slash later. Wait, actually, hold up. No, I think she already has it ranked up. I think she's trying to rank up Sweep. My bad. Yeah, she's trying to have Chiago rank up his Sweep now. Because, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we already got Optical Slash to rank 1. Maybe I'm misremembering. Alright, there's the rank up on Sweep. Yeah, since Chiago was off on dispatch missions, his skills are a little bit behind, but they'll be caught up in due time here. Yeah, now I think Stremiknin needs to rank up his Smash, which is just the basic attack of the Greatsword. So while the Greatsword is very powerful, and it has a good array of both offense and defense, it does have a bit of an issue in that its moves typically cost pretty high VP. Like, even its basic attack usually costs 2 VP, but once it's ranked up, it'll go back down to 1. And a nice little side effect of the basic Greatsword attack is it can provoke enemies and eventually inflict Frenzy, which causes the target to always attack the Greatsword's access to Optical Slash. That is very good for them, because they can basically guarantee counterattacks. It's very, very nice. And we got Vandalized there. Yeah, Vandalize it's a pretty good move. It does a lot of damage, as you just saw. But it's not something that he's going to be using a whole lot here. Because most of our damage is going to be coming from Chiago and Khan instead. Okay, so yeah, she's trying to rank up Khan's Shelter, I believe. Yep, just trying to get this out of the way now. Because I believe coming up soon, we're going to have to fight Siegfried again. And things may not go as smoothly as they did the first time. First time was a very, very lucky fight. Since he was able to go, he started casting, I think, Churning Earth, or Hypergravity, right off the bat, which has a very long cast time and leaves him vulnerable. There's the rank up. Unfortunately, Khan went down for the effort, but that's okay. We got what we wanted. Good to see Vandalize again. And yeah, if you've played other SaGa games, a lot of the move names should be very familiar too. Like, yeah, we have a lot of series classics. Like, yeah, I know Vandalize is, I know at least in I know it's in Min SaGa. It's like one of the best moves in Min SaGa too, especially because it combos with Upper Smash, which combos into Vandalize and makes for some very easy high damage combos. Oh, anyone familiar with Unlimited SaGa should know a Reverse Delta. That move's kind of cracked. Yeah, it's even used in Romancing Saga 2 remastered speedruns as well. It's just that good. But it's used more in RS2R because of a little bug in its damage calculation. Ido.
Yes.
So yep, we take the well. Nothing at all. Alright, so we finally come to the last region we need for Siegfried. This region likes its rumors, and we're going to hear a bunch of rumors about a man trying to summon monsters nearby. We're going to choose to believe the rumor, and sure enough, it's Siegfried. So yeah, normally you're supposed to like go around and visit a bunch of rumors, and you'll get a lot of a kind of, well, what's the term I'm looking for? Wild goose chases, but eventually you'll stumble upon Siegfried. Also, baby. Was it Aka-chan?
Yes.
Yeah, and fun fact, every character in the game can pick up the baby, and they have like a unique like baby holding and baby like running with the baby animation. Yeah, after the last time we found Siegfried, he told us that he's going to be waiting for us in Oswa Khan. Once again, the center, kind of the center of the Holy Empire from ages ago. A lot of important things happen here, and typically at the end of each character's chapter, they always return here for one reason or another. And again, because Siegfried is totally the Firebringer and all, he would naturally have an affinity for this place. But yeah, we stepped foot into Oswa Khan, and we talked to some Holy Republic soldiers. They told us that a demon has appeared in one of the temples, and of course Siegfried is going to be behind it, because why wouldn't he be? And so we're going to pay him a visit for the last time, for now, because again, he's totally not the Firebringer in disguise. And sure enough, there he is. Alright, so let's put him out of his misery one last time. So yeah, this fight is very, very identical to the last one. hopefully Siegfried will cast a spell on his first turn, and then we can beat the snot out of him. And hope that it's not Snowstorm either, because Snowstorm can be problematic. Yep, those little worms have very low HP, so Tiago's able to just one-shot them. Ooh, that's Snowstorm. Okay, so, yeah, she's probably going to want some people to cover, because this is going to hit her entire party and do lots of damage. And hopefully we're going to see Estelle, or Kata's Comfort, yeah, there we go, to offset some of that damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't heal too much, so if we see another one of those, that could be pretty disastrous. It's better to see Siegfried go for Call Lightning or Churning Earth. Okay, there we go. He's locked into the I believe I always forget if it's Hypergravity or Churning Earth, but yeah, this fight's in the bag now. Especially after that nice Unite attack. I just realized we never saw Siegfried's shield either. Like, I think the move we just saw in the previous turn, Aim, it might actually bypass his shield. I don't know for sure. But yeah, it was a little scary seeing the Snowstorm come out, but yeah, can't really ask for a much better Siegfried fight after that. And yep, with that, Siegfried is finally out of our way. We see a nice illustration from Tomomi Kobayashi. If you played the other SaGa games, you've probably seen her artwork in those titles as well. And so yeah, we finally put an end to Siegfried's shenanigans, and we're going to head back to Taria's workshop, and we're about to unload her latest creation once more. And to no surprise, her pottery it's still warped. And at this point, Taria is she is not happy at all, but she kind of feels like she knows what needs to be done, so we meet up with Khan once more and is off on another adventure. The third and last adventure of this run. But first, yep, got a little bit of a few errands to run here. We're going to finish off the second Twin Spikes here before we move to the next region. And again, the Twin Spikes it's a really powerful spear that you can get by doing this little side quest. It's something you can get very early too. And the Twin Spikes has like a base attack power of 42, which is really, really high for like early mid-game weapon. Like if you come here and get it like as early as possible, like most of your weapons at that point will have maybe 20 attack power tops. So having that on your side will greatly help. And she's been alternating it between Tiago and Khan, and we've kind of been seeing them do some very good damage, some very good numbers with that. Like Tiago's been able to one-shot a lot of enemies with that spear in tow. And it's so great, we're gonna give a second one to Khan. Because he deserves it. He deserves it for doing all of Taria's heavy lifting. Yeah, it is kind of unfortunate though that we don't really get to see Taria in battle a whole lot. She is a really good character. She's like one of the best mages in the game. But yeah, like I said, we haven't seen magic since the Phoenix, or since we finished the Phoenix chapter. Because we just need other things right now. And it's not to say that magic is bad. Like for magic to be really useful, like you need to spark some of the higher tier spells, which takes a while because you can't learn you can't learn higher tier spells unless you raise your magic rank, and because the soft ceiling for your magic rank is tied to your battle rank, like we just don't reach the values needed to learn like tier 3 and tier 4 spells. On the other hand, the characters that start with tier 3 and tier 4 spells are really, really good, and in fact the other character scenarios use a character named Elised who starts with the tier 3 nature spell called Call Lightning. And that is a very potent spell, so much so that she is actually a cornerstone of many of the more difficult battles in those scenarios. And what's more is she also has Hypergravity, which is a really cool spell because it lowers enemy BP, and there's actually a strategy you can do to have a bunch of people casting Hypergravity all at the same time to take away all the enemy's BP, making them unable to act. And it allows you to do some very cheesy strats. But we don't see that at all in Taria's scenario. Mostly because she just can't do it. Like, or at least, well, I'm sure, like, she could do it, but it's a very slow process. Like, it's kind of like a last resort for the really hard battles. Because you're using a lot of resources to cast Hypergravity yourself, you don't have a whole lot of BP left to do damage. But it's almost a guaranteed way to trivialize almost any battle in this game. But the battles that Taria would need that the most for are the ones that would not let her really set up for it. So she has to resort to other means. Oh, just not enough. Almost. Trying to take it out in style. I think that move is called Heart Seeker. It's a very cool animation, but very high cost. I appreciate throwing it out. Yeah, there's lots of cool moves like that in this game that we won't get to see. Yeah, there's a lot to this game you don't get to see in a speedrun. Like that, obviously that's the case for a lot of speedruns. I think this game is like not an exception in that regard. Yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, I believe right now we're just, again, waiting for some dispatch missions to finish, just progressing them by doing battles. Like most dispatch missions end after 7 or 10 battles. And then, luckily, you can collect the rewards from anywhere on the world map. You don't have to go back to the town that you issued the dispatch in. Very nice and handy. And so, triggering that interrupt was actually kind of good because that actually set up for a united attack. Turning that into a one-round victory. That's actually really nice. And yeah, whenever an interrupt is triggered, that character will move to. I believe they move before the character that they're interrupting on the timeline. So you could use that to your advantage to set up unite attacks. Like, manipulating the timeline is a huge part in optimizing how you play this game. And again, just adding to like just how much thought goes in to like any given battle. It's a very mentally stimulating game, as I like to say. Something that always keeps you on your toes. Now she's just showing off some of the cooler techs. You're gonna see Halting Blade again. Very flashy move. Yeah. Halting Blade has a unique property where if the character takes damage on the same turn they have it queued up, then it deals significantly more damage. And also, sometimes when you visit towns, you'll receive like free accessories, which is why she made a little pit stop in the town called Sakara. We run into Sasha again, who begs us to find the Scarlet Shards, but we turn her down because we're instead going to go after this guy, the Earth Serpent. The Earth Serpent is one of the 4 main quests. The character Urpina, she's the main character who's involved with this quest line. Basically, as we're roaming the world, we'll see like a big hole in the ground. If you choose to investigate it, you will spot this thing that comes out of nowhere. And once you battle it, you're going to be locked into the quest for that chapter. Means you have to do it. And basically, we're going to try and defeat it. But it's not going to. It's not going to do the job. It's actually going to come back, like basically regenerate, respawn, and that's going to lead us to look for a way to get rid of it for good. We feel like there's something. Yeah, we feel like there's a trick to taking it out of commission. So we're going to get sent on another nice little journey here. In the name of pottery. And as you can see, the Earth Serpent isn't too particularly difficult. Basically, it's a big HP sponge. It's very susceptible to poison, normally. And it summons a bunch of little worms throughout the battle, but they typically go down pretty quick. And that's about it. It's not too particularly dangerous. As we saw, after the battle, it resurrected. So we need to go find a way to deal with it. And I believe Taria, she theorizes that she can find, she'll be able to find an answer once again in Oswakan. So that's where we're going to head next. We got lots of detours here and there. Just taking every bit of preparation we can along the way. Because we are actually going to be coming up on the final. We're actually going to be coming up on the final boss sequence a bit sooner than you might expect. Because the Earth Serpent questline in Taria's scenario, when it's done as the 3rd quest, can be done really, really fast. Like I said earlier, there are, in SaGa games, typically quests have many different ways that they can be resolved. Also, Aka-chan. And there are a couple different ways you can do the Earth Serpent, but obviously we're going to be taking the fastest one available. So we're going to make our way to Merrigan's temple. Merrigan is a name we're going to be seeing later. All these people that have temples are belong to the Celestials, which again are like the gods of this game. And Merrigan is actually one of the chief gods. He is the god of war. Not that god of war, but yeah, he's like the god of war and martial combat and weapons and such. And we actually learn from talking to those Holy Republic soldiers that we tell them about the Earth Serpent, and we learn that the only way to kill it is with a tool called the Emperor's Saw. And we learned that the Emperor's Saw is actually kept in the Temple of Merrigan. Or, yeah, we learned that it's in Merrigan's temple, which conveniently enough is right where we are. And so there are a couple different ways you can do this. They tell you that the saw is needed, but in order to wield it, you need someone from House Gelanius, which is they're basically like a chief military family of the Empire. That they serve the Empire, and they've been entrusted with the keeping of the Emperor's Saw should the need to use it ever arise. So one of the ways you can resolve this quest is to recruit someone from House Gelanius, or you can break into the temple and take the saw yourself, and that's the route we're taking. And this is surely not going to have any repercussions against us later. Not at all. We are absolutely not desecrating one of the gods' temples right about now. But yeah, if we go in this temple, it's guarded by what's called a Holomont, which is like that big golden sphinx thing. It's basically just a guardian. And yeah, once we take it out, the Emperor's Saw will be in our possession, and we can go fight the Earth Serpent again. Yep. As you can see, the temple's not like super duper well guarded. It's almost like somebody wants us to take it. It's almost like someone is kind of someone's kind of leading Taria to take the Emperor's Saw. And again, that kind of goes back to the whole reason like why we're doing this. Like, you know, Taria kind of feels like she's being guided by an invisible hand, and she's determined to see it to the end. There's the Emperor's Saw. It seems like kind of a strange weapon, but I believe it's actually a reference to one of the Final Fantasy Legend games. Like, it's a reference to a very silly weapon in one of those games. Like, if there are any FF Legends buffs in the chat, I'm sure one of you could probably corroborate that. I'm admittedly not super familiar with those games. They're the few games in the series I actually have not played. One of these days I should fix that though. So yeah, she's keeping track of everyone's skill levels because she wants them at certain points. Make sure everyone has the damage they'll need for later. And yep, here we go into our rematch with the Earth Serpent. Nothing too different about this fight, except he just starts with a couple extra worms at the start. Which is honestly kind of a good thing, because it just gives us Ignite attacks for free. And yeah, you can see she's electing to poison the serpent, because you're going to see, yeah, just how much damage that does. And it's super susceptible to poison. So it's like guaranteed to land. Oh, this is actually really cool too. So she is going to set it up so that she's going to get one united attack into another by manipulating the timeline. It's almost like she's played the game before and knows what she's doing. Almost. And the BP reduction that you get from united attacks does stack if you do multiple unites. And when everyone's BP cost is really low, we can throw out our strongest techs and just make very quick work of bosses. Lickety split. Alright, and just like that, the Earth Serpent is vanquished. And that puts a wrap on Taria's Chapter 3. I almost said Charia's Chapter 3. Had a spinnerism moment there. But we need to do a couple preparations first, though, before we descend to the before we approach the final boss. Because yeah, we could go end the game right now if we wanted to, but it would not go very well. So we're gonna do a couple battles. Again, raise our battle rank a bit. Wrap up some dispatch missions, because we'll also have one last forging segment. We're gonna kit out our party with the strongest gear that we can get. So yeah, we need everything we can have. And I forget if I mentioned, but dispatch missions are also useful because they give you crafting materials too. And each dispatch mission also has a preference where if your character meets the preference, then you'll receive bonuses. You'll get extra materials, and it'll also raise their max HP. And those preferences are something like this character needs a certain amount of strength, like greater than or equal to 12 strength, or less than or equal to 8 strength. And if the character meets those requirements, then yeah, they get the bonus. And so here, the battles that she's doing, basically as you run around, monsters will start to surround this little town here. And if you leave them be for too long, they'll actually overrun the town to the point where you can't visit the town until you defeat the enemies. And yeah, there are all sorts of minor little things like that scattered throughout the game. Like there's lots to discover, lots to interact with. Yeah, so I guess as we're kind of approaching the final leg here, if anyone, I know I've mentioned before, but again, if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask, by all means, feel free to field them. I'll be more than happy to answer. Or like if anyone just tuned in and not really sure what's going on, you want a recap, just let me know. Have a little bit of time to kill. What's our time at? Yeah, we're coming up on about 3:12. So yeah, like we're still about two hours under her estimate, but the final battle sequence really does last that long. Like, yeah, the final boss sequence really does last that long, but also, I mentioned earlier in the run that just a couple days ago, Kashi PB'd by like over half an hour. So like her new record is like, I think a 3:53. So, and this run looks like it's going on a very similar pace. So it's very possible that we'll be wrapping this run up with about an hour to spare. Although I don't want to jinx anything. Because yeah, the estimate does seem pretty generous when considering that, but there is a reason why it is that generous, and that's because if something does go wrong, like if she has to do too many reattempts, if some of her characters lose all their LP and get taken out, she will not have like a backup, or we're still sitting on those dimensional break sparks too, and the thing is, if we spark those in battle but lose the engagement, we won't be able to spark those again. Like basically, when you spark something, you get to keep it, and we need those sparks for when they matter most, because they let us instantly kill many enemies in one go, and it's great. Yeah, we have. I believe we're sitting on 2. I think on Kumi and Lewis, and we're going to bring them in later. And so now we're going to do the final blacksmithing segment. So I'm going to give her a bit of quiet time to do all of her bookkeeping. Make sure she doesn't forget anything. All right. So, at some point after the Earth Serpent was defeated, we eventually learned that the Earth Serpent was under the control of an entity known as Savnok, who is an infernal. And infernals are kind of like, if the Celestials are gods, then infernals are kind of like demons or devils. And that's what Savnok is. Like, they're basically opposed to the gods. And we actually learn that followers of Savnok have infiltrated Merrigan's temple. And so we're going to go and investigate that. figure out just what Savnok is up to. So that's kind of what's led us to this moment here. Yeah, we don't feel like, you know, we need to learn the origins of the Earth Serpent. We kind of don't want to just, you know, kill it and then, you know, just kind of leave it be. We need to, like, understand the origins of where it came from. And all will be revealed in due time. And so, yep, we're trying to get into the temple, and the Savnok followers have they basically like lock themselves inside and kind of protected by some monsters. We're just going to take them out real quick. And we're now entering the end game.
肉はノルムの誇り
Excuse me. So yep, that's what the Savnok followers look like, and we're going to give chase to them. And surprise! Turns out this was underneath Oswakan the whole time. It's got this big labyrinthine subterranean. Oh, but guess what? He's back again. One more time, the Earth Serpent has been resurrected. So naturally, we're gonna take it out. We're gonna take it out again. You know, you would think it would have learned it. It would have learned its lesson by now. You know, fooled me once, shame on you. Fooled me twice, shame on me. Fooled me thrice. I'm just an idiot. I'm just a glutton for punishment. So hopefully, third time will be the charm. Although this time, there's a bit of a catch to it. This time the Earth Serpent is being controlled by these staff-like objects here. Those are basically Savnok stabs. And while they're up, they completely protect the Earth Serpent. It is completely immune to attacks, so we have to take out the little sticks that are controlling it. Oh, that was a good block. Yeah, they're mostly annoying, if anything. We're going to, yeah, we're kind of just we played a little safe here, just guarding our allies as we go to try and yeah, we try and protect our allies because it can be a bit of a long and protracted fight. Also, a little correction now: the Earth Serpent is actually susceptible to damage, but it just has too much health, and to the point where like targeting it is just not really feasible. So instead, we want to go after the little sticks here. Also worth mentioning, Savnok is the Infernal of the Plague, so he has a lot of disease type attacks at his disposal, including breathing poisonous gas on everybody. Hitting everyone with the icky sticky. We also see Stromectin is actually inflicted with Confusion too. And what Confusion does is it causes the character to always take actions every turn that are out of your control. Like right now, he queued up Optical Slash, even though we haven't issued the command for it. And he's going to keep doing commands until he breaks out of it. It's a very obnoxious status ailment, but luckily, it won't cause your allies to attack yourselves, thankfully. You know, it's not like a charm effect. But you know, thank goodness it doesn't do that. That would be absolute torture. Alright, so Looks like we should be able to finish it off here in this round. Oh, there we go. That's the second stick down. And like that, the fight ends. You don't actually have to defeat the Earth Serpent. Thankfully. And so, yep, that basically confirms that, you kind of confirm your suspicions that there was more to the Earth Serpent than met the eye, but it turns out there's actually more. So this is kind of the point of no return here that we're about to enter. But luckily we've made all of our preparations. And we're about to descend into a place called I Hannum, which is... So Azokan worshipped the old god, like, not the old gods, the 12 Celestials. I Hannum was actually... It was rumored to be a place where people actually worship the Firebringer, and it was, it turns out it was, like, no one really knew where it was, but it turns out it was actually beneath the Empire the entire time. You know, people were, like, worshipping the Firebringer and wanted him to return someday. And that's actually where we're on our way to. You know, with all these weird transpirings, you almost think that the Firebringer is going to return. His resurrection is imminent. You would almost think that. But before we go there, the way to I Hannum is just being blocked by more fiends, more enemies under the control of Savnot. He has a pretty loyal fan base. Yep, we made our way into the sanctum here, and we're about to make our descent. So yeah, this is the point of no return. We just get a little warning there that says if you save, you won't be able to go back. So use a separate save slot. You know, don't Y-grip yourself. If you know, you know. And so yep, she's gonna set up for. Actually, 1 second. Yeah, I think we're about to enter the final bosses. I couldn't remember if there were like some more like Mook battles that we have to do beforehand, but I think we go straight into the final boss after this. Alright, and let it begin. So here we learn, we're actually talking with Merrigan himself. Again, he's like one of the chief gods. And we actually learn that he was responsible for, he was controlling Savnok, who was then controlling the Earth Serpent, because it turns out Merrigan wants to resurrect the Firebringer and use his power to, he wants to use his power for himself to kind of create a new era of the gods, if you will. Like, create a new pantheon of gods with him at the helm. And so that enters us into battle with the Firebringer himself. And so we enter, so this whole sequence, so we're beginning the final boss sequence. We have a total of 5 battles to fight here. And we're in Firebringer 1. We have to fight the Firebringer 3 times. The first fight is honestly pretty there's not a whole lot to it. The Firebringer has 3 different moves he can do. Shade of Shams, Shade of Uzume, and Shade of Estelle. What we're seeing right here is Shams. As you can see, it inflicts damage on everybody. That's the one we don't want to see. What we do want to see is Uzume or Estelle, because those... Uzume will just increase his BP by 3, and Estelle will just heal him, which basically give us free turns. And this battle is basically just charging at him at full power and killing him before he kills us. Like, it's kind of a dice roll. If he does Shams too much, the fight can become unwinnable, but luckily we got 2 Uzumes there, and you also noticed he got brought down to 0 HP, but he resurrected. He has 2 HP bars for the first fight. And we're going to fight him a second and a third time. The second time he's also going to have 2 HP bars, and then the last time he will have 3. And this is also where Kata's Comfort comes into play, because it's offsetting a lot of that Shams damage. So this turn should seal the deal. Unfortunately, I can't read the attacks that he's doing that fast, so I don't know what's coming out. But yeah, we got another Shams, but it didn't matter. Khan's gonna see it. Yep, Khan's gonna save the day, and now we've got a bit of an iffy fight coming up. If things go well, it won't be too bad, but it can be a little scary. We're gonna fight Sabnok himself, and this is where those dimensional breaks that we were working toward earlier are going to come into play. This is the first of 2 battles where we're going to see it. So as you can see, Sabnok is a rather ugly visage, rather ugly mug there. And he's accompanied by a couple of friends. We're going to take those friends out with Tissisak here, hopefully. Got the main. She didn't spark it there, so hopefully she gets it on the next turn. And we see a bit of a problem here as well. Whenever Sabnok does that little breath attack, it will lower our BP by 1. Ooh, still not seeing the dimensional break. At least we're getting some Kata's comforts to kind of offset that. But we can't keep relying on that. We need that dimensional break now, especially because she's also gone into the momentum formation. Dang. 3 times and we still haven't seen it. Hopefully once Tissisak sparks it, it's going to take out 2 enemies, and it's going to, because of the momentum formation, it's going to, okay, there it is. EFJ. There we go, just took out the 2 mooks, and because Tissisak was in one of the front 2 positions, it's going to give her 4 more BP to work with for this turn. So now is just throw everything in the kitchen sink at Sabnok. Yes, EFJ. It's kind of a Japanese abbreviation for it. I think it's called Eternal Force Jigendan, as it's referred to, in Japanese. But yeah, so the fight becomes a lot more manageable once we take out the ads. And there we go, Sabnok down. It was a little iffy. Tissisak was a little slow on sparking dimensional break, but we pulled through at the end. And now comes the most difficult fight in the run, Firebringer 2. I'm gonna probably go silent in between the turns so that she can focus on her command, or on the actions she needs to issue, because there's a lot to think about in this fight. But I will try and fill everybody in as we go. But basically, the reason this is so hard is because each Firebringer fight has 4 different variations, and which variation you get is determined by the choices that you make along the way in your playthrough, like what quests you take, what order and stuff. And for Taria's Firebringer 2, I guess let me back up. Each Firebringer variation has four different variations, but they all range in different difficulty. Yeah, like from the easiest to hardest. Like they're not all like in equal difficulty. For whatever reason, all of Taria's Firebringer 2 fights are hard, and like the quest combinations that you can do can give her the easiest possible Firebringer 1 and Firebringer 3, but Firebringer 2 will always be the hardest one. In terms of difficulty, it has like the most dangerous action. Like each variation has like different actions available, and also more HP. And yeah, so we end up with the hardest variation of Firebringer 2 here. And as we can see, she's actually she's intentionally losing. Like, she's having one of her party members just come in here, and we're just re-attempting constantly to... what that does is it's giving us a temporary multiplier to our united attack damage bonus, and we kind of need that. Because this fight is... We kind of need as many edges as we can get, and we can honestly afford to, so... The reason this is so hard is because the Firebringer is going to summon clones, and these clones will mimic the last action that the Firebringer took or your party members take, or they will just simply block for the Firebringer. And so she has to carefully figure things out, and also, depending on the turn order even, can determine like whether or not the fight's a wash. And honestly, you want the Firebringer to go as late as possible, and also see where the clones appear on the timeline, and that fight just wasn't going to do it. So she just went ahead and elected to reset the fight. This turn order looks a little better, since the Firebringer is a bit further down. That's rough. Ooh. It's hard for a reason. So, yeah, we'll just reload that too. So what she wants to do is she wants to, like, pincer... Like, she wants to make it so that all the clones... Like, she basically has one party member between each clone so that she can set up a chain of unite attacks, so that she can take out as many clones as possible as quickly as possible. Because the longer those clones stay out, the quicker they will wipe your party. So at this point, we're kind of just banking on a good turn order here. Because otherwise this fight is a nightmare. So looks like she's going to try and play this one out. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi's a bit low on LP, but that's why we also have Compass on the backup. We can substitute her in if Chi-Chi runs out of LP. Alright, so let's see what happens. So yeah, as we can see, the clone is mimicking the last action the Firebringer took, which is summoning more clones. This could be doable. Okay. So here, we're going to set up the Unite attack, and it's going to do a ton of damage because of that stacked damage bonus from earlier. And now we're all going to gang up on the Firebringer himself. And boom, 1.5 thousand damage. And we kind of sacrificed Chi-Chi here, unfortunately, but that's to set up for another Unite attack, and just like that, the first HP bar is down. But unfortunately, we have a second one we have to burn through here. And one of our party members is down. But hopefully, he's going to summon another batch of clones. Hopefully they will be a bit more cooperative here, but she's going to try and get in as much damage as she can. Got the id break. And she was also trying to inflict frenzy on the Firebringer with Stramicton there, because if she can get the Firebringer frenzied, then Stramicton can use counterattacks and negate the attacks that the Firebringer does. So yeah, she's gonna try and fish for that counter here. And hopefully we'll get it. So yeah, in between each round, she kind of has to play things out very carefully in her head. By all means, she needs to take... Okay, so hopefully Stramicton... Okay, he got the counter. That's great. So yeah, this is why she spent all that time ranking up the counters, because this fight in particular, they are very, very good to have. Because if that halting blade had hit, he would have died for sure. Alright, so she's gonna try and set up for another Unite attack. Oh, that sucks. Alright, there goes one of our big damage dealers. At least we get a nice Unite attack for our troubles. That'll kill that one, and then they'll create a little chain reaction here. Now the Twin Gales, unfortunately Khan goes down, but gives us a Unite attack. That's probably the best possible situation there. And hopefully Queen and Stramicton can finish the job. We will see. Alright, did we get the counter? Oh, well, at least he blocked. That was about... Like, if you don't get the counter, that was about the best thing that could happen otherwise. Yeah, we are... This is on a razor's edge right now. This is very scary. That was a good rapid volley. Okay. Hopefully we can get that last hit on him. Worst case scenario, Stramicton with the optical slash will do the trick. We are in there. Let's go. And that should finish it up. I spoke too soon. We both spoke too soon. So, we can block attacks, but he can also block attacks too. Oh my god. This fight is so scary. Oh, what? That spark was terrible. Oh no. Yeah. So yeah, the reason she didn't have Queen attack on that previous turn was because if the clones have a little question mark underneath them, that means they're going to block for the Firebringer. So it would have been a waste to have Queen attack anyways. And unfortunately, Queen sparked at the worst possible time because it killed the clone and caused the caused the Unite attack on her. So that sucks. So now we gotta start all over again. And again, this is why her estimate is so generous. Because Thiago right now is looking very low on LP, and if he goes down, like, because he's we're very reliant on him, we may have to actually restart the final boss from the very beginning. Maybe. That is like the worst case scenario. But hopefully things go better this time. Oh, that's another problem too. Oh my god. Yeah, so another thing Firebringer can do is Deathbringer, which, as you saw... Oh, that was terrible. Alright, yeah, she's lost so much LP, she is just going to restart from the very beginning. That was terrible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so we saw that Deathbringer attack. That can actually inflict multiple LP worth of damage. And yeah, like at that point Stromicton was low, Chiaga was low. Like we still have another hard fight after that to go, so at this point it's kind of better to just kind of play it safe, count our losses, and just start over from the beginning. You know, luckily Firebringer won, still nothing too notable. We've gotten 2 Uzumes in a row. That's a very good start. Yeah, and so like I said earlier, Taria just unfortunately does not have an easy Firebringer 2 no matter what. Like, the other characters actually use the Hypergravity cheese strat for Firebringer 2, but Taria just can't. Like, she doesn't have enough time to get set up in order to do it. And that's because the move pool of that Firebringer 2 is much different than everyone else's. And in addition, like you might notice, the Firebringer 2 had a lot more HP than this one. And again, that's because of the different HP amounts they have. And once we get to Firebringer 3, we're actually going to see Firebringer 3 has less HP than Firebringer 2, because the difference in difficulty is just that stark. Yeah, we're going to get the same speech with Merrigan. Yeah, he's so yeah, he was trying to resurrect the Firebringer to absorb its power. But after he was defeated, it turns out his power actually flows into Taria, specifically her hairpin. And yeah, it actually flows into her hairpin, and so she orders Savnok to try and retrieve it. But Taria's not willing to give that up. So, yep, another fight ensues with Savnok. It's kind of the setup behind this one. And so hopefully Tissy will be a little quicker on the spark this time. There we go. E, F, J. And so obviously the quicker we can get that set up, the easier this fight is. Because yeah, we're gonna take him below half on the second turn, and he, like, quite frankly, Savnok does not have enough damage to really threaten us in this battle. This is mostly kind of a battle of attrition. The longer it takes, the more devastating it is. So yeah, we take it out in turn 2, easy peasy. Alright, just like that, we're back at Firebringer 2 once again for the rematch. We're gonna run it back. Alright, let's all wish her some good luck. Let's all give her our strength in the chat. Yes, don't be shy. Send her all the energy you can. She is gonna need it. Yeah, luckily it only gets easier from here, but the next fight after is honestly not too much better. But fortunately, it is still easier, and once we get past that, Firebringer 3 is going to be a cakewalk. Hopefully. Now, obviously, we don't want to jinx our runner here, but... there really isn't a whole lot Firebringer 3 can throw at us that, you know, is really any scarier than what we see in Firebringer 2. So yeah, she does this about 5 times total to get set up. I'm actually not sure if there's a cap on the pity damage bonus. I'm actually not 100% sure on that. Alright, she's gonna swap to the A team here, and here we go. The rematch. So yeah, here come the clones. Ooh, that looks very promising. Yeah, I think this could, excuse me, this could work. Maybe. Ah, suction. Dang. So what that does is it causes the Firebringer to kill one of the clones and heal himself. But unfortunately, the Firebringer chose the wrong clone and didn't set off a chain of united attacks. So that turn was a little squandered. Hopefully, yeah, we still didn't take any damage, so hopefully we can still make something good happen here. That was actually a really good Twin Gales, but ah, dang. Oh, that was Stramignan down too. Yeah, we kind of need him alive because he is our tank. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't look like we. Yeah, we don't really have anyone that can, anyone aimed at countering this. Like, we could use Chiago, but we would rather have him attacking, so we're just going to sacrifice Chi-Chi here. Oh, but she blocked it. Excellent. So that'll buy some time, at least. I think that's another halting blade I see. Yep. Alright, Chi-Chi, what you gonna do? Oh, she's dead. She's so dead. But we get the Unite attack. That's the first HP bar down. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot left in the tank with only 3 characters left. Alright, here come the clones. Yeah, so one thing she is doing is she's having Chiago go last because the clones are going to block whenever they come out. So that way Chiago ends up targeting one of the clones instead of the Firebringer. Great. Oh, there's... That spark's okay, I think. I'll do some good damage there. Now it depends on... Oh, Queen. That's not what we want to see. Yeah, she's 100% dead off of that. Okay, so it's just up to the 2 spearmen now. Alright, yeah, so this is why she had Chiago pick up Windmill, in case... Oh no. You had one job, Firebringer. One job. So this is why she has Chiago learn Windmill, is as a contingency plan for if this situation happens, so now we kind of have to rely entirely on the counter. So if we can get 2 more of those, this fight will be in the bag. Alright, that's 1. Alright. Actually, no, that might be it. Nope. The turn order club 3. And let's hope it's enough. There we go. Alright. Dearimashita. Alright. Alright, so that was the hardest battle in the run. That's over with. Yeah, so the worst is behind us now. Ooh, Khan is looking a bit low, though. I think I saw him at just a single LP left. So yeah, if he goes down in this next fight, that could be troublesome. Because this next fight here, we are fighting the God of War himself, Merrigan. So we're going to do the same thing that we did for the last fight. We're going to sacrifice one of our characters to build up that reattempt pity bonus. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Merrigan. So, yeah, he's been trying to, he was trying to resurrect the Firebringer to, you know, use his power for himself, but, you know, that power apparently flowed into Taria instead, much to his dismay. But after Savnok was defeated, the Firebringer absorbed Savnok and resurrected. But after defeating the Firebringer again, his power still went into Taria, and this has completely frustrated Merrigan, so now he's going to attack us directly. So yeah, the hardest battle is down, but now we have the second hardest, because Merrigan can be pretty mean, and he's pretty unique too. He's going to come in with 4 different armaments, and they'll respawn each turn, and the action that Merrigan takes is determined by what armaments are left. And Kashi is going to want to leave up the spear at the start, because that causes Merrigan to use Reaper, which does the least amount of damage overall, and is the least dangerous. And...
これはカウンターハザードのままですね。今更それはないし。
Well, we have no choice but to go for it. So, yeah, this fight is This fight's going to be kind of scary here. Ah, that's it. Yeah, I forgot to... So yeah, she forgot to change her formation, so this will be interesting. and because Khan has only one LP left, if we reattempt now, Khan's not going to be available for the rest of the boss fights. So we don't know how this is going to play out. Oh boy. Alright, good luck. Okay, we got the counter at least. So the problem here is Kashi is in the wrong formation. She is still in the contingency plan formation, which was used for the last fight, and contingency plan specializes in counterattacks. But she doesn't really want to rely on those because contingency plan does not allocate the highest amount of BP available for use. So she's kind of fighting into disadvantage. We had a good first turn there. Excuse me, a good first turn though. If we get another one of those, we should be in the clear. And since Merrigan's actions are very unique, so you kind of have to take a fair bit of time to figure out like how the turn's going to play out and how you want to try and manipulate him by taking out his armaments. Alright. We'll see what happens. Oh. Oh. So this... Alright, so we took out all of his armaments, so that means Merrigan's going to do a very nasty attack here. Whoever gets hit by that dies. Yeah. Good news is Merrigan's... This looks like this is a very good turn order. Okay. So we got very lucky there. This might do it. Okay. Phew. She just wanted to create a little suspense for everybody. She wanted to challenge herself. All right, so American's down, and we see our good friend Siegfried once again. And this is where he reveals that he is, in fact, the avatar for the Firebringer, and he is about to resurrect one last time. And he's demanding the Scarlet Grace, which turns out to have been Taria's hairpin this whole time that's been absorbing his power. Alright, so she did change formation. That's good. Yeah, she wants the momentum formation for this one, because this is where we're going to use our last dimensional break. Alright, and here we go, the last battle of the run, the last battle of the marathon. It's all come down to this. And luckily, this fight isn't too bad, because again we have the easiest possible variation we can get. So he's gonna come in, he's gonna spawn with 2 swords. We're gonna take those out immediately with Kumi and her dimensional break, assuming she sparks it. And the Firebringer likes to cast Crimson Flare on the first turn, which is going to lock him into a casting animation. Right, there's the EFJ, the last one of the run, hopefully. And yep, he's going to start casting that Crimson Flare, so he is locked into that for the next 3 turns, and we're just going to beat on him. So at this point, it is just Zen Ryoku. Everyone just throws out their strongest move. He is not a threat right now. And there we go. So that's the first HP bar down. He has 2 left. And luckily, the rest of his move pool is not super duper threatening. So yeah, she has just enough BP to use Spiral Charge on both Xiago and Kong, and an additional shot from Queen. And we can see just how much HP damage he's taking now compared to Firebringer 2. Like, Firebringer 2 had at least twice as much health as this version here. So yeah, Khan and Xiago are just running town here. This is, I believe this is like, what's this called, like Falling Zodiac or something? Yeah, Falling Zodiac. Yeah, it's just going to, we saw it do a bunch of damage, well, not even a bunch of damage, just AoE damage, and more problematic thing is it lowers your BP by 2, but that's not too big of an issue, because we are on our last HP bar, coming into the home stretch. And a cool thing about fighting the Firebringer is whenever he resurrects like that, if he hasn't acted that turn, his action gets cancelled. So we basically just got a free turn to wail on him. Also enjoy that music. Kenji Ito goes super hard with the synthesizer on this tune. Alright, we get another Falling Zodiac here, but it's not going to be enough. We are in no danger right now. And yeah, he has an interrupt queued up, but it doesn't counter piercing, so Queen will quell it just fine. And Xiago is going to bring us home. GG. That's not going to be time. That's not time, though. Time is actually going to be after the credits with the final save, but by all means, let's get our GGs in there. That was an excellent run. Excellent job, kashiwame. And alas, Taria's journey has finally come to an end, and we see the Scarlet Grace in its purest form. The very same Scarlet Grace from the game's title. So this is what Merrigan was after, this is what the Firebringer wanted, and now it belongs to Taria. And what is she going to do with it? Nobody knows. The game kind of ends with it kind of ends a little open to interpretation. Like she's going to go back to her workshop and she's going to kind of ponder her future. You know, wondering what she should do next, what she's going to use this new power for. And basically, the Scarlet Grace, I don't think I touched on that. It's kind of like a source of godly power. Like, basically, whosoever possesses it gains the ability to basically change history. And so, yeah, we're back to her pottery. She's going to unload her latest creation, and it turns out it's still warped. But at this point, she's kind of just come to accept it. You know, she's gonna just come to accept the imperfections for what they are, and just kind of live life as it comes. As you can see, she's still together with Calm there, and they're gonna go off and kind of do their own thing. See where life takes them. And yeah, that leads us to the epilogue. So we have about like 6 or so minutes of credits before we officially hit time. So, yeah, I guess, Kashiwame, do you have anything you would like to say during this time, or?
Oh, I can't think anything.
That's fine. You've had a long run. Yes, it was very.
In this time, it's too hard. Especially Fire
Yes.
Penguin, the second, and Margan.
Yeah, that was a very tough end sequence, but you made it through.
Yes.
You did a very good job.
Thanks.
Made things very interesting.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah,
No,
but I guess
thanks for good Gigi, and I really appreciate.
but yeah, I think she's probably very exhausted after that. Also, yes, 1 hour and some change under estimate. Very good. But yeah, I guess
Sometimes one or two more Firebringer and Seconds battles. Also, lucky.
yeah, that's why the estimate was as generous as it was. In case she did have to, in case it did take multiple attempts to get through those hard fights. But yeah, that's why it was so difficult. For her All Scenario run that she did last year, she was able to get through that first try. So, if you want an example of how that can go on a good run, that would be a good one to reference. But I guess, yeah, thank you very much to the really, really Logathon organizers. Thank you very much on behalf of both myself and Kashiwame, thank you for letting her run this and show what this lovely game has to offer. Thank you all for doing a great job, running a great ship. I was glad to be a part of this again. And yeah. If you're... Actually, one second. If you're interested in SaGa speedrunning as a whole, gotta do the obligatory Discord plug. That's probably the best way to get in touch with our runners. If there's a SaGa game you are interested in learning or just want to talk more about the series, it's a great place to go, great place to be. And also, let me pull up... Where is... Here we go. And if anybody would like to follow Kashiwame on Twitch, I will. I just Yep, just posted a link to her channel. By all means, give her a follow, even if you don't understand Japanese. She's more than happy to interact. She's more than happy to interact with everyone. She's got a lot of cute channel point rewards. She has one where you can make her go, nyan. Yeah, she's got a lot of other fun ones, and she's very grateful for people just watching and tuning in. I believe she exclusively runs this game. Yeah, she's very passionate about this game. She loves showing it to others, and yeah. I believe that's about... Yeah, I definitely overcomplicated it by pulling up her Twitch channel directly. I use Twitch, like, kind of... I don't know, I don't use it as much as I probably should. Actually, I'm mostly on mobile. I mostly watch it on there, so I don't really know all the ins and outs when I'm on the desktop. But yeah, we have just a couple minutes of credits here to go, and time will be on her final save. And we will close out the marathon. Or I guess we won't close it out directly, we'll send it over to, I believe, Zell and everyone else to kind of wrap up shop. But again, yeah, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And we get a nice little money shot. Akitoshi Kawazu, the man himself. And for anyone that doesn't know, that's the father of the SaGa series. Very grateful for all he has contributed.
This is time of running.
Yep. There it is. So what did we end up with? 4:13:38. Awesome. Yep, just over an hour underestimate. Yep, very GG. Thank you very much.
This was GG. Very much.
Alright, so I think that will do it for us. So we're going to hop off, and I believe Zell is going to close us out. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of your day. Bye.